What's going on, people? I know it took a while. Man, that was already 30 minutes. Time flies, doesn't it? All right, so look, how's everybody doing? Um, we're about to get busy on this. I know you guys trying to figure out what I mean in that title, but you'll find out in a second. We're going to talk about a couple things, and some people might like it, some people might not. But, all right, so we're going to do the social media thing. We're going to lead up to where we're going, and then we'll get into the presentation. Hope everybody had a good weekend. And yeah, another day, another dollar. Well, you know, I like to provide a lot of different things that I like, share with you guys as I'll be doing my little streaming, what kind of catches my attention a little bit. You know, they talk about that, you know, we're, what do they say? We're in the jungle, we animals. Well, how about this? The two women sitting right there watching. When he started singing, boy, they turned in their chair. Boy, they had to cross their legs, didn't they?
Fancied himself a man of letters too, and kept a diary. Even though we all think we're familiar with the routine horrors of the slave trade, when you read what some of these slave owners did, it really does make your stomach heave. Here are 3 accounts of punishments meted out by Thistlewood in 3 months in 1756. Darby catched eating canes, had him well flogged and pickled, then made Hector shit in his mouth. Rubbed Hazard with molasses and exposed him naked to the flies all day and to the mosquitoes all night. Flogged Punch well and then washed and rubbed in salt pickle, lime juice, and bird pepper, made Negro Joe piss in his eyes and mouth. Thistlewood kept a tally of what was known as nutmegging, the rape of female slaves, something he did by his own reckoning on 3,852 occasions. He would allow his guests to do the same. When these slave owners went to church on a Sunday, they doubtless did so believing they were good Christian folk. They behaved as they did because they didn't regard their slaves as fellow human beings, but as their property to do with as they pleased.
Noir. Let's look at one of the most infamous legal documents in human history. King Louis XIV of France's Code Noir, or the Black Code, issued in 1685. This was the supreme law governing all slaves in the French colonial empire. You would expect a black code about African slaves to start by talking about African slaves. But let's read Article 1 of the Code Noir. We desire and we expect that the edict of the 23rd of April 1615 of the late king, our most honored lord and father who remains glorious in our memory, be executed in our islands. This accomplished, we enjoin all of our officers to chase from our islands all the Jews who have established residence there. As with all declared enemies of Christianity, we command them to be gone within 3 months of the day of issuance of the present order, at the risk of confiscation of their persons and their goods. Pause. Let that sink in. The very first article, the highest priority of a massive legal code written specifically to regulate the enslavement of millions of so-called Africans, is a command to expel the Jews from the island. Why? Why is the King of France obsessed with Jews in a document about African slaves? Because the French authorities, just like the Portuguese and the Spanish before them, knew that a massive portion of the Africans that were imported from places like the Kingdom of Judah were in fact Israelites. They were finding a Hebrew remnant population already scattered and growing in the Caribbean and the Americas. The European empires were terrified that these newly enslaved Israelites would connect with the free Hebrews already in the islands, maintain their covenant, and organize a rebellion based on their true identity. So, what was the solution? Let's look at Article 2 and Article 3 of the exact same Code Noir. Article 2. All slaves that shall be in our islands shall be baptized and instructed in the Roman, Catholic, and Apostolic faith. Article 3. We forbid any religion other than the Roman, Catholic, and Apostolic faith from being practiced in public. We desire that offenders be punished as rebels disobedient of our orders. Do you see the grand strategy now? Step 1. Expel the free Yahudim who could remind the slaves of who they actually are. Step 2. Force every single enslaved Israelite to be baptized into the religion of their captors, the Roman Catholic Church. And then step 3. Outlaw any practice of their original true faith. This wasn't just slavery. This was a forced, systematic, ethnic, and spiritual cleansing. The Code Noir is just a royal French confession that the slave trade was a continuation of the Roman war against the Hebrew people. If you know this is the truth, comment facts. Just know that your friends and family are.
Now, the reason why I played that is because isn't that what they said about the Africans that was supposed to have been brought over here in slavery? Those 3 points. Africans. But this says something else. That one right there. Different. Same story. I'm just testing you guys, history knowledge and what you guys know, what you don't know. But if you don't, now you know. All right. Let's continue.
years, actor Danny Glover tried desperately to get a movie about the Haitian Revolution made in Hollywood. He went to every major studio. He went to studios in Europe, and he was denied funding at every turn. And the reason they gave was that there were no white heroes in the story, so they weren't going to make it. This unspoken mandate that every big-budget movie made for a general audience must have at least one sympathetic white character for white audiences to identify with has been around forever, since the beginning of Hollywood. When I think about movies like The Green Book, you've got The Help, 12 Years a Slave, Amistad. I mean, the list goes on and on. Even Black Panther has this character who is a CIA agent but is in favor of black liberation. Like, ridiculous. I really enjoyed Hidden Figures. I think it's a great movie, but this guy, played by Kevin Costner, he never existed. They made him up for the movie.
What? All y'all women should be mad. They put a fictional guy up in there, Kevin Costner, the one that did a documentary on 500 Nations. Yeah, that guy that did Yellowstone. Yeah, that guy right there. Jeff, yeah, that guy. Yeah, that make-believe character.
Everybody else is based on a real person, but not him. So that whole scene where he goes and smashes the sign, the white-only sign on the bathroom, never happened.
We made it up. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer.
It's all there to make white people like me feel slightly better about the history of racism in this country. We can sort of self-insert. We can go, oh, I would have done that too.
No more white restrooms.
There's a cardinal rule in any system that is white identified, and that is that you are never allowed to make white people feel uncomfortable in relation to their own whiteness. That is not allowed. I think it was James Baldwin who once said that being white means never having to think about it. And in Hollywood, if you make a movie about black liberation that doesn't include a sympathetic white character, it might make white audiences feel a little bit uncomfortable about their whiteness. They might leave the theater having to self-reflect on our own history in this country.
Can't we just, for one night, just all be family?
It's incredibly, shockingly rare to have a movie that is made for a general audience that's about race or racism, but doesn't include a sympathetic white character. And that's one of the reasons why Sinners was such a big deal. There's no sympathetic white hero in this movie at all, and yet it did really well. But you can count on your hands, like the number of movies that do that. You've got Get Out, Moonlight, Sorry to Bother You. I mean, there are very, very few. And the truth is that being made to feel uncomfortable in relation to white supremacy is a really important thing for white folks like me. Like, being made to feel uncomfortable is a critical step in learning how to challenge those systems, how to become anti-racist. It's a story for another day, but I will personally be eternally grateful for all the folks in my life.
Look, he got the Berenstain Bears in the back. He got a teddy bear behind him. What was the blue with the rainbow? Yeah, that guy.
Life who dared to make me feel uncomfortable. It wasn't their job, but they showed incredible grace and patience, and I'm a better person today because I was made to feel uncomfortable back then. So we need more movies that make white people feel uncomfortable in relation to their own whiteness. Not just one about the Haitian Revolution, which we definitely need. We also need movies about other forms of black liberation, other forms of indigenous liberation, and none of them need to have sympathetic white characters.
All righty. All righty. Hold on. I don't want to play this just yet. Let's do this one. Then we'll slide over.
Flag. This is the peace flag, but you've never seen the peace flag. You've only seen the war flag. They only talked about the flag of the Republic and the Pledge of Allegiance, but you never asked. A third type of citizen called the United States citizen. This is called a debt slave or Negro citizenship. I'm not making this up. This is how it was. So when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, per se, he didn't.
Now, you remember we already talked about this. Black's Law Dictionary, look up native. Look up that definition. And then what we've been talking about in regards to the Supreme Court oral argument on birthright citizenship.
Quite free the slaves. They just redefined slavery, and they made something called Negro citizenship, where you have to pay taxes. You have to pay to live. So before you were a slave and they beat the shit out of you, or I won't say they beat the shit out of you, but they used you for free, and then they gave you just enough to survive. Now they pay you money, but they only pay you just enough to survive. Yeah, and you have to give them taxes.
Make $1 million, make $1 million more. Tax time come around, still a nigga post.
Million people were here in 1492. Do you believe that 12.5 million people were here in what is called the United States? No, because somebody told you there was a vast wasteland. Now, what you do, the scholar Dobbins, what you do is begin to take the church's records and look at how many Native Americans they wiped out. Because, you know, the church, which was busy trying to change us, kept a very definitive record of how successful they were at massacring the indigenous people here. Verrazano, in his diary, very carefully documented the phenotypes of the people here from Central America up through Nova Scotia, where my father's people come from the Ethiopian-looking people in Florida to the light Eskimo-type people in Nova Scotia. So we know what the people look like here. 210 million people were here in 1490.
Now you can tell by the camera, the video, that's not new.
This lady, there was no bypass around the city, so you had to come through the city. You had to go through all these cities up and down Highway 61, all the way from Memphis down to Vicksburg, 2-lane highway, and Mount Bayou was in here, right here in the middle. This white lady drives through town in 82, and she did some type of traffic infraction. She got a ticket. She's incensed that a white lady is gonna get a ticket from a black person here in Mount Bayou. So, but she goes over to City Hall to pay the ticket. As she said, she went in, or either when she was coming out, she said she fell into a hole. So she sued the city. She sued the city for $16,000. When the judgment came, when it went to trial and the judge gave her an award of her money, he awarded her $84,000. All the racists were alerted to be racist. And then the judge, well, of course, he's gonna give her way more money than she asked for. That's a racist move. People that had credit, or creditors of Mount Bayou, you know, just normal things like gas company, light company, that type of thing. Start calling the money that they were owed due. The bank that Mount Bayou had his money in froze the account. There was no legal reason to do that. They froze the account, and even the little money they had in there, they couldn't even pull that out to pay the lady. All these are racist moves. My father was the vice mayor at the time. My father was vice mayor here for 30 years. And at that time, he was still vice mayor. Well, the mayor calls WDIA radio station, big time radio station in Memphis, AM radio station. Everybody knew it, you know, from here. So he calls them and lets them know this is what's going on. They invite him to come up to WDIA to Memphis and be on a show. So he goes up there Sunday morning. He goes up there and it was a 30-minute show. And as he's telling the people at WDIA about what's going on here in Mount Bayou, people in Memphis just started driving up to the station, stopping the car, getting out and coming inside and giving money so they could go toward Mount Bayou. So many people in Memphis just start on their own. Nobody's asking them to do this, driving up to the station, that it was creating a huge traffic jam on that street. So the people at the WDIA decided that they were going to go and keep the traffic moving by going outside with a trash can and let people drive by and throw money into the trash cans. That's still, the traffic was still building and building and building. It was still a whole lot of traffic. They did what they could that day, but they decided that they were going to formalize their effort and make a formal thing that they were going to collect money from Mount Bayou. And they did many different things. They started collecting money from Mount Bayou. And they had gotten to the point where they got 120,000. One Easter morning in 1982, they decided they were going to drive down to Mount Bayou. And they had told the audience in Memphis to meet them at a shopping center in Memphis. And we're going to meet at the shopping center and we're going to all drive down to Mount Bayou. They thinking that they can just get 50 cars, 20 cars, whatever. They had so many people to meet them that as they were driving, coming to Mount Bayou, they get 37 miles into Mississippi. They're in Tunica, Mississippi. And the Mississippi Highway Patrol pulls the lead car over and tells them, you can't do this. You don't have a parade permit to have a parade here in Mississippi. And the man says, I'm not leading a parade. I just have a check here for the people in Mount Bayou, and I'm just taking it down there, and some of my friends are following me. They're 37 miles into the Mississippi, so the Highway Patrol decides to give them a formal escort. While they're driving here in Mississippi, way back 37 miles away in Memphis, there are people still in the shopping center trying to get in line on the highway to follow the caravan coming down to Mount Bayou. So it's a 37-mile caravan. There's more than 800 cars in this caravan. It's coming down to Mount Bayou. And on that Sunday, $120,000. My father.
Interesting. Now, this guy looked pretty old here. He's got to be in his late 60s, early 70s. So he talking about his father. It had to be some time ago. So let's just say if he born in 1955, he's 20 years old. That's 1975. Right? All right. All right, so we're going to get into it. This is going to lead up to what we're going to talk about, because this is dealing with the Southern Law Poverty Center. This is a whole different approach of what people might be thinking is going on. And then we're going to talk about the districting or redistricting and different form of fashions and what people got to take on. So here we go.
The Kirk dies. People on the right are saying there's violence coming from the left. The left says,
whoop, wrong one. That's two. I need one.
Southern Poverty Law Center. They know that they're not funding white supremacist protests. For the last 50 years, the SPLC has been working with the FBI, providing them information on white supremacist groups. This is what they've been doing. They were founded to...
Hold on. Let me mute up real quick. All right. Yep. Everybody here? Yep. Cool.
to do this. They were founded in 1971. Their job was to help poor people get justice in the South. That's why it's called the Southern Poverty Law Center. First year, they desegregated the YMCA in their hometown. Second year, they got the Alabama State Troopers to start accepting black people. Third year, they got equal housing and medical for women in the military. These guys were killing it. Now, by the time the 80s come around, they're fighting violent white supremacist groups. In 1980, they sued the Invisible Empire for shooting black women. They won. In 81, they sued the Texas Emergency Reserve for shooting Vietnamese people. They won again. Now, they realized that the FBI wasn't going to help them investigate these white supremacist groups. The country was still pretty racist at the time, so they had to investigate it themselves. So they started paying for confidential informants. And this worked. They paid informants, they gathered evidence, they shared the evidence with the FBI, and they sued people. It was a good system and it was working. In 87, they sued the United Klans of America for $7 million, bankrupted them. In 1990, they sued the White Aryan Resistance for $12.5 million. They won, bankrupted them. In 98, they sued the Klan for burning down a Baptist church. They got $37 million. In 2000, they got $6.3 million from the Aryan Nation, bankrupted them. You gotta remember, in the South at this time, white supremacist groups aren't getting investigated like that. A lot of these white supremacist groups have ties to law enforcement. They have ties to the government. It's very hard to convict these people. The only way crimes like these were getting investigated was by private law groups like the SPLC. So now it's 1995. The Oklahoma City bombing goes off. The FBI hasn't been investigating any white supremacist groups. They have no idea where to start the investigation. They go to the SPLC. They use all of the SPLC's evidence on white supremacist groups, and they track down the people who did it. The FBI's loving it. They don't have to do the investigations, but they get to reap the benefits. They get all the credit. It's all gravy. SPLC and FBI like this. Here's where things get weird. Last year, Charlie Kirk dies. as the violence is coming from the right. They start to cite SPLC's reports. SPLC has a map called a hate map. It showed where all the violent white supremacists were actually coming from. White supremacists hated this. The next month, Kash Patel at the FBI comes out and says, we're severing all ties with the SPLC. This is a woke, biased group, and they're spreading hate, and we can't be associated with any organizations that have an agenda, is what he says. Now, this month, Kash Patel comes out and says he's having an investigation into the SPLC. He says they committed wire fraud. He says they didn't tell their investors that they were using the money for informants. And they had shell companies that were hiding the source of the money so that the informants wouldn't get caught. He's saying that all of this constitutes wire fraud. They're saying that the money that they paid to the informants actually funded the protest, and the violence that came from the protest is a product of the SPLC. They're saying that the informants are being paid to be in the chat groups and spew hate and incite violence. Never mind that they're snitches and they're supposed to do this to stay in the group. But okay, let's look at the Unite the Right protest. They're saying that the SPLC gave $270,000 to that protest. When you look into it, that $270,000 went to one informant over the span of 8 years. He was in the chat group that was planning the Unite the Right protest. He gave all of the information to the SPLC. The SPLC gave all of the information to the FBI and the local authorities. A 45-page warning. They're playing dumb. They know what the hell's going on. Another informant, a neo-Nazi, got $1 million. He's the highest paid informant thus far. He got 25 boxes of documents and stole it and gave it to the SPLC. That's how he got that money. Remember, there's only $3 million total, but these are the payments that they're saying went directly to paid protests. This is the proof that they have that the left is actually funding right-wing violence. It's the right wing isn't violent. It's actually the left funding them. This is what they want you to believe. And it's working too.
They were peaceful people. These were great people.
That was crazy. How about that? Now you look at it from this angle. Everybody that has been told through history books and all the civil rights movements, Southern Poverty Law Center was a child of the civil rights movement to defend the rights of people that were fighting for civil liberties. At least that's what I was told. Now, in high school, I never paid attention to none of that. But as you go on, you kind of get this information, but then it comes out to be something different. But a lot of people, unless you win, don't know this stuff. I know I didn't. Now all these things are coming out. What I'm saying is this: the reason why, based on what I just heard, Kash Patel is probably saying we're separating ourselves from them because they're funding or paying informants and so on and so forth. What he's doing is he's separating theirs from theirs. So that way, nobody wouldn't, get the scent, put the dog on the scent of them actually been doing business all this time. But this is my whole point, getting into this districting stuff and this voters' rights and this democracy issue and this politics issue, is that what you see in the public is not what's actually going on. And they bank on the fact that you can't discern or, define what they're saying. Can't make sense out of it. But they go off the fact that you actually can, just go off your feelings and emotions of, if he says ours and he looked like me, he talking about me too. No. Me Too dealt with a whole nother issue. Remember the Me Too movement? Nah, that ain't no Me Too. Don't get yourself caught up in that. But if you do, hey, act like you ain't been told. But I would say this, more importantly, if you knew all these things, or if you was actually informed, somebody say, hey, you know what? Southern Poverty Law Center is working with the FBI, and we're getting funding, and we're actually doing investigations for them. We're doing this and we're doing that. You would say, well, that's not what I put my time and effort into to contribute to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Not to work for the FBI, but actually work for so-called black people and civil liberties. Right? You didn't tell me all this stuff. So my money is being appropriated in a way where it ain't got nothing to do with me and mine. I mean, hey, but what do I know? What do I know? All right, let's get on to the next one. Now, we're going to get into this districting thing. This brother wanted me to show this, so I'm showing it. And this is a little confusing. This was a little bit confusing, but the brother gave me a little bit of clarity, and so I was able to add on to it. You know? What's going on? What's going on? King Chameleon. Welcome to the stage. What's going on, brothers? All right. So let's get into this before I give you my monologue about that. All right.
Which we are entitled to by the Constitution of this country. If you are taking.
All right, so this brother right here, I showed him a few times before. He's in Louisiana. Now, this is all behind the redistricting and gerrymandering. Okay, pretty soon we're gonna jump into the definition of gerrymandering so we get a clear idea. Now, just know the Voters' Rights Act, just to give you a basic foundation. Voters' Rights Act was in 1964. 65, one of them. But there were civil rights acts prior to that was supposed to have been a part of the equal protection of the law for newly freed slaves. You also had the Emancipation Proclamation, the 13th and 14th Amendment. 13th, there should be the original 13th is slavery is abolished. Then it was changed, involuntary servitude, impinage, or involuntary servitude is abolished except for criminal act. Then the 14th Amendment is your amendment to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, which deals with not really birthright citizenship, not naturalization, but it dealt with enumeration. Okay, but you remember the one we just showed before. Which one was this one? Where is it at? The peace flag guy. The peace flag guy.
This is the war.
The peace flag guy. Where are we at here? There we go. The peace flag guy, where he was talking about citizen. And in the 14th Amendment, it incorporated people as citizens, right? As corporations. So just want to give you that foundation. But under the circumstances, Juneteenth, all this stuff, we was actually told that Africans were freed. Okay? These black people that were descendants of African slaves. That is the motto. Right?
Taking seats from black people, which we are entitled to by the Constitution of this country.
That's wrong.
Then you are a thief, in my opinion. And I'm entitled.
That's wrong.
entitled to that opinion.
I will not be
And
called
any
a thief.
senator, if you're offended by it, that's on you, not me.
Right.
Now,
And he's not a thief.
if that triggered
I'm going to explain why.
you, Senator, then you should go to bed tonight. And when you go to bed tonight, talk to your God and ask your God to change your heart, because that's conviction right there. Conviction. That's what it was.
Uh-oh, where the deacon at? Can I get a witness? That's what they like to do.
It did something in your soul. It made you feel something. And that's what happened when black men show up.
Yes, sir.
When black men with courage, conviction, and righteousness show up, it triggers something in you. And you feel a way about it. So you try to limit us, you try to steal from us, and you think that we don't understand it. Every one of the black men we put up before you stand head and shoulders above every one of you on this committee. And you know it. And it
Now, that's a fact.
it does something in you that
I know you like to use the word black, but let's say so-called. That's a fact.
makes you feel inferior. So then you come with these white supremacist tactics because you have the numbers, but you don't.
That's a half fact. They don't have the numbers. But the tactics, the white supremacist tactics, that's one thing. Now that's a fact. They use tactics. But guess what, man? Chambers Jr. Guess who's pulling off and helping them execute those tactics? You want to know? Take a guess. 40 years old, man.
Don't have the courage, because if you were really visionary leaders, you'd run against these black men with fair maps and you get your asses whooped.
Now I'm gonna play it again without my interruptions.
If you are taking seats from black people, which we are entitled to by the Constitution of this country, then you are a thief, in my opinion. And I'm entitled to that opinion.
I will not be
And
called a
any
thief.
senator, if you're offended by it, that's on you, not me.
Right.
Now, if that triggered you, Senator, then you should go to bed tonight. And when you go to bed tonight, talk to your God and ask your God to change your heart, because that's conviction right there. Conviction. That's what it was. It did something in your soul. It made you feel something. And that's what happened when black men show up. When black men with courage, conviction, and righteousness show up, it triggers something in you. And you feel a way about it. So you try to limit us, you try to steal from us, and you think that we don't understand it. Every one of the black men we put up before you stand head and shoulders above every one of you on this committee. And you know it. And it does something in you that makes you feel inferior. So then you come with these white supremacist tactics because you have the numbers, but you don't have the courage. Because if you were really visionary leaders, you'd run against these black men with fair maps and you get your asses whooped.
All right. You guess some of these things ran some people up. It was double the size in there. That thing ran some people off. Got a little funky up in there. All right, look, listen. All right. How you doing? All right, so look. You know, that right there is preaching. We don't need no more of that. What needs to be done is a better approach. You got to start in-house before you go outside the house and deal with the people that you're working with. Now, that one was not the whole entire thing, because when the guy was interrupting, I would have to find the other video. When the guy was interrupting, there was a brother up there on the panel with the other representatives, you know, cutting in. It was like, nah, he can say what he got to say, that type of thing, right? But under the circumstances, if you understand history, that's why I mentioned all the things prior was, if you understand history, And there was supposed to be free people that was declared by the president of the United States named Abraham Lincoln. Then why 100 years later you're still having that problem? You ever think about that? You still got the same problem 100 years later. See, Jim Crow is being misrepresented by so-called black people. Well, I could call them black because they want to be black. Black Caucus, they want to be colored people, NAACP. So I can call them black and colored Negroes because that's what they want to be called. So under the circumstances, let's say, under the circumstances, you're continuing a story that really shouldn't exist. Because if you're talking about civil rights, you should be talking about the initial 1868 Civil Rights Act. It was 1866 or 1868, one of them. At the same time, there was Indian treaties. There was treaties being rewritten or amended. And I showed that earlier last week, that there was something in the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution, well, the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution actually reflected something that was in the Creek or Cherokee, one of them, can't remember, treaties in one of the articles. See, these are a lot of layers, but a lot of people like microwave food. I mean, I heat up my food in the microwave sometime too when I'm lazy and I don't want, put it in the oven. But even then, right? Even then, there's things that these people are leaving out. Now, like I said, this dude 40 years old. So I don't know if they just propped him up because he went in there when he first went up in there, he went up there with conviction. Like, I think he went up there on their own, and what they do, swarmed on him. Uh-oh. This brother right here is strong about what he's saying. And he got some of these on him. He got some of them on him. Yeah, he can actually get busy. I think he really got spine. So how about, and he mentioned that them Bible scriptures. So we need to slide him up over here so we can calm him down a little bit. And we're going to be sitting right next to him. Well, yeah. The circumstance, the reason why I'm saying that is because this is not a new play. This is an old play. This is an old play. Come on now. You might think I'm coming off kind of rough and, being pessimistic about the situation or, hating on the situation, but no, it's the same play. You get people strong like this, Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. These people came out with conviction and eventually, right? So hopefully that brother stay cool. He got good people around him and he don't allow his message to become mainstream. You understand what I mean by mainstream? Commercialized. Remember, wrap up smear. Because now they got his attention. Guess what they're doing? Running his jacket. They running everything. Who he related to? Who's this? Where he been? Who changed his diapers? Let's check his genealogy. Let's go over here to the archives. Let's check the ancestry. Let's see who we come from. Let's see what his makeup is. Right? We still got to stop these black messiahs. That ain't changed. It started somewhere, and every time the thing changed, what do they say? Once one passes, you got to pick up the baton and keep it going. The message doesn't change. We said the same thing for us. It's the same thing for them. They're going to keep it going. Now, you say, well, I'm on these brothers and sisters' heads, right? You would just say brothers and sisters. Let me show you why. Now, this is me and how I look at things. So let's keep going. Where are you at? Let me hit the thumbs up. Shout out to Promethean Updates. Fair use, fair use, fair use. All right, let's talk about it. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go back. Now we got to share the screen. Here we go. Here we go. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies. Let's go back. What I want to do is I want to go right here. I'm going to start here.
Here's the attitude the Democrat Party started the week with.
The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting whoever the president wants to prosecute. We can't overcome.
Did you guys hear that? He said you can't go and arrest and prosecute your political enemies. Did he say that? I think he did. Now, whether you think I'm for Trump or not, or for Obama or not, it doesn't matter. Right. But you got to know, being who we are, got to stay right down the middle. This is how you maintain your control. You have your hand on both sides of the spectrum. You the puppet master. You got the strings. You don't let them pull you into theirs. You listen to what they're saying. You analyze it. You discern it. And then you pick it apart. You can't sell me my t-shirt. It's on my back. Have that mentality, and I think you just might make it. Now, if you decide to go that route, don't blame nobody. Look in the mirror. Let's go back a year.
Here's the attitude the Democrat Party started the week with.
The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting whoever the president wants to prosecute. We can't overcome the politicization of the criminal justice system, the awesome power of the state. You can't have a situation in which whoever's in charge of the government starts using that to go after their political enemies or reward their friends, right?
Now, when you look at that situation right there, right, based on everything that I've actually shown, right, based on everything that I've shown, And everything that we do, everything he said right there was what? Hold on. Everything he said right there was weaponizing, you know what I'm saying? Weaponizing your political entities or your friends. But under the circumstances, if you look at it, right? Crime against war against education, war against drugs, war against poverty, the crime bill, deadbeat dads, what I talked about last week. What is that? That's all politicization. How you say that? Politicization. Anyway, under the circumstances, that's what you have right there, right? Is that better? Yeah, that's better. All right, so under the circumstances, if you're talking about politicizing things, all those things were politicized. All these acts are politicized. They come through executive orders and legislative proposals and bills in order to do something. But the number one thing that all of these things are not supposed to circumvent or intersect or be in conflict with the Constitution. Remember, I showed the guy with the flag, the peace flag. The Constitution, who is bound by the Constitution? The people that are bound by the Constitution are the ones that are elected, not the people. It's of and for and by the people. Right? So what he's talking about is what we deal with every single day. This is what I want to share with you guys. This is what you need to know. Everything we deal with every day is politicization. Because if that was the case, I mean, you get into redlining, you get to zip codes, you get to all these different things where, you know, banks and certain people that look at you based on color. Nothing else. Based on indoctrination, politicization, socialism, democracy, communism, capitalism, smoking madism. That's what they do. So that opening remark that Obama said right there is being done every day. But on top of that, when he was in office, what was he doing? Do you guys know, if you check the stats, that when he was in office, hate crimes against our people was at its top? Police brutality and murders against our people was at its top. I don't mind saying it. Kamala Harris, where she was locking parents up, picking them up from work just because their kids was truant. Say what? Then they partner Joe Biden called us, what do you call us? Predators? The other partner, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, what? They'd be dads, huh? And then we having conversations. I see a lot of people on these social medias having conversations about what a woman is, what a man is, and what a man should do, and what a woman should do, and what a man shouldn't do, and what a woman shouldn't do. Right. See, this is that childhood thing, this adolescence, this minor or this minority or this, what do we call it? This incompetent fool that they put us up under. And we sitting here arguing with each other about something nobody know nothing about, haven't been there, and ain't doing shit about it. And then you sit there and follow people that sit here and drag you around there and you paying these cats thousands of dollars for no solution. You get that? Wake the fuck up. Because that guy is going to be the same guy in Louisiana that's going to be just like these old men today in politics. Bet that. The people that, anyway, outside of that, if you learned anything, right, over these last, I would say 10 years, when Trump came in there, obviously it's something. I mean, you got to think about it in this perspective, thinking of somebody that is driving while so-called black. You getting pulled over on site. You already profiled. I know professional athletes, millions of dollars getting pulled over, getting snatched out their $100,000 Benz and $100,000 Corvettes and shit. What? Show them their badge. MLB, NBA, NFL. So? I think y'all seen what happened to Tyreek Hill, Miami. He on his way. He running late. I'm on it. Hey, man, I'm late. I got to get to the game. Oh, man, I'm Tyreek Hill. I'm late. I got to get to the game. Hell nah. Snatch his ass up out of there. Twist him up. Hog tie his ass. Then at the end of the day, they want him to be quiet. And guess what? He is quiet. After he was loud, then they shut him up. Oh, man, we good. Hey, don't worry about it. We're going to make all this right. Don't make no waves. You know what happened during the middle of the end of this past year? He tore his Achilles. No, his ACL in his knee. See, you know what I mean by hamstrung? Your knees is your foundation of your strength, your back and everything. Once they take that from you, you ain't got shit. Now you talking about Tyreek Hill. When he was coming out of college, he did a video. They threw a ball from one of those, what you call pitching machines. He not only caught it, he caught it and did a backflip at the same time. Nobody knew who he was. Anyway, let's get back to it. Where am I? There we go. I want to go up just a little bit. Hold on. I gotta sift my way through. I forgot to get this timestamp.
Saw this clip. I had to ask, what is he smoking? This is the guy who led the 2016 coup against the duly elected president, Donald Trump.
Allegedly.
Obama weaponized his Justice Department as the shock troops of the operation.
Allegedly. We don't know. This is her angle.
Not only that, he kept that operation running for almost a decade. Now he's confessing he knows the Republic can't survive what he did. So why is he smiling? By the end of the week, that smile got wiped off his face, and I'm going to show you why. I'm Barbara Boyd, and I've documented this coup since it began in 2016. It was a British intelligence instigated coup. Today, I'm going to show you the 3 blows that wiped that smile off Barack Obama's face. First, how his hand-picked puppet, Keir Starmer, just got buried in a Labour Party bloodbath. On YouTube, let's start across the pond where the British Labour Party, the brain for the Democrats here, got shellacked in local elections, losing some 1,800 local races, control of the Parliament in Wales, and further loss of control over the Parliament in Scotland. Eluned Morgan, Wales's leader who lost her seat, said it was time for Labour to get back to being the party of the working class. Like Democrats here, Labour has totally abandoned that mission. Now, Obama had tried to turn Starmer into an actual personality, even taking credit for Starmer's 2024 victory. He counseled him and told him to be authentic. That mentorship produced what British commentator Jonathan Cook called the UK's first totally synthetic, laboratory-grown prime minister. Starmer continued London's disastrous green energy crusade, open border immigration policies, including protection of rape gangs, and permanent war against Russia and Ukraine that give people like him and Obama political power. Starmer called the Iran war a party surged and now controls many local councils. It campaigned on ending open borders and ending net zero. It campaigned on Nigel Farage's Reform Party surged and now controls many local councils. It campaigned on ending open borders and ending net zero, correctly attributing the UK's cost of living increases made even worse by the Iran war to the insane net zero energy policy. That's the same deadly energy policy Obama and Joe Biden imposed on the United States. As of this morning, Obama has been meeting with candidates Mark Carney along with Alex Soros to see what can be salvaged in the UK and to map new fronts in the war against our country. Now, if what I just told you about the marriage of the globalists with the globalist America's Democrats on the real battlefield between that brings us back home to a ruling that came down yesterday morning that the
Okay, this is where I think I want to be on that one. All right, this is where I want to be.
Democratic Party is still reeling from. The Supreme Court of Virginia, in a 4-3 decision, struck down the congressional redistricting referendum the Democrats rammed through last month. The map is dead. Virginia runs its 2026 midterms under the existing districts. And here's what's actually going on, because the press is, as usual, lying and covering it up. After President Trump encouraged Republican-led states like Texas to redraw their maps to reflect the actual electorate, the Democratic Party, under the personal direction of Barack Obama, who has run their redistricting operation for years through his All on the Line group, decided to retaliate. California redo its maps. Virginia attempted the most aggressive partisan gerrymander in the country, turning a 6-5 Democratic map into a 10-1 Democratic map, wiping out.
Wait a minute. Listen, wait a minute. I think y'all heard that maybe. Y'all didn't view it, but that's cool. This is the part where I wanted y'all to see. Damn. All right, let's get back to it. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. This is what y'all need to, there we go, right there. Let's start right there.
On the Line group decided to retaliate. California redo its maps. Virginia attempted the most aggressive partisan gerrymander. After President Trump encouraged Republican-led states like Texas to redraw their maps to reflect the actual electorate, the Democratic Party, under the personal direction of Barack Obama, who has run their redistricting operation for years through his All on the Line group, decided to retaliate. Did
y'all know about that? All on the Line group. This is ran by Barack Obama. Says All on the Line is a left of center advocacy campaign focused on pushing congressional redistricting efforts favorable to Democratic politicians. So left of center. All right. Left of center is how they talk about their parties. You have Republicans that are left of center. And then you have Republicans that are center, who understands what left and right means and create a balance. But then you have some extreme leftist Republicans. You have some extreme rightist, what they call neocons or whatever, Republicans. Same thing for Democrats. You have conservative Democrats. I don't know if anybody knew this. You have conservative Democrats who are right of center. Just a little bit right of center. We have some that's center, and then you have, well, your center is those conservatives, the ones that stay right in the middle. They don't lean left, or they don't mean right. They don't lean right. Then you have some that are far right. Then you have some that are far left. But every time they talk about Democrats, they always like to talk about Democrats as leftists. But what Trump has been doing and what they're talking about now in regards to certain people, they're not even saying Democrats or Republicans. They're saying these leftists, because they will call a Republican a rhino, which is called Republican in name only. Okay? Just giving you some background on this so you guys can get a clear idea of what all this stuff means. This is my best rendition of it, my best understanding of it, I would say. But getting back to this, so all on the line is a left of center advocacy campaign focused on pushing congressional redistricting efforts favorable to Democratic Republicans. Now, if we go back to this guy, this brother, bless his heart, where he at? This brother, bless his heart. You know what I'm saying?
If you are taking seats from black people, which we are entitled to by the Constitution of this country.
I want to come back to that. If you're taking seats from black people, which we are entitled to by the Constitution, find me something, Mr. Chambers, in the Constitution say that you are entitled to seats. See, this is the whole racial thing that is absolutely asinine, that confuses our people. We focus, to me, it's a focus on the wrong thing. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But, hey. Now let's go back over here. Okay, so it is a fiscally sponsored, fiscally meaning money, sponsored, and fiscally mean is being funded quarterly. Sponsored project of the National Redistricting Action Fund. All on the Line was created when NRAF merged with Organizing for Action, an advocacy group dedicated to preserving and building upon former President Barack Obama's agenda. All right.
California redrew its maps. Virginia attempted the most aggressive partisan gerrymander in the country, turning a 6-5 Democratic map into a 10-1 Democratic map, wiping out 4 Republican seats in a state Trump nearly lost by 5%. They thought this would win them the House and secure Barack Obama's political future. That's why he was so cocky in the interview we just played. To do it, they bypassed the bipartisan redistricting commission Virginia voters had approved by constitutional amendment in 2020. They rammed a new amendment through the legislature on an illegal fast track and put it on a special ballot in April, spending over $5 million in taxpayer money, with outside groups spending nearly $100 million more. The referendum language was deliberately misleading. It's called it a temporary measure, restoring fairness, when the rigged maps were supposed to guarantee the House in 2026, secure the presidency in 2028, and secure Democratic majorities through the 2030 midterms.
So this 2030 project, this 2025 project, hey, what do I know? Me, I'm just hearing it out, just like you guys. It was interesting to me. I thought I'd share it with you guys, see what you guys thought. But they talk about this 2030 project and this, that, and the other, right? And guess who's pushing that fear on you? Guess who's pushing the 2025 project, and nothing happened in 2025. Now they're pushing the 2030, and now this whole redistricting issue is coming into play. Now you're seeing the war. right? You're seeing the problems that are going back and forth within these. Now, she said that Trump was trying to get these people, get it back to the original districting of it. Now, I don't know nothing about that. Don't believe it. I don't believe nothing they say. But what I'm doing is I'm putting the information out there, because at this point in time, who do you believe? Who do you know to be true? That's a better question. Who do you know to have the best interest in their representation status as a servant employee of the people who get paid, who pay them through tax money and all different types of consumer products? Who is actually the one that's got the best interest of the people involved? When I say the people, if you're talking about the United States of America, that is a melting pot of people, immigrants and otherwise. It sounds like to me like they fight amongst each other for their own interests, because they keep talking about who is in control. But we'll get to that in a second.
Their map 8 or consolidated the districts Trump won, making the whole election Northern Virginia dependent, where Trump lost. The Supreme Court of Virginia threw the whole thing out, laying out in painstaking detail how the Democrats violated the Virginia Constitution by using that illegal fast track. The vote, the court.
That's what you call primary source.
Court said had been fatally poisoned. But Obama's redistricting fantasies didn't just blow up here. The Supreme Court's April 29th decision in Louisiana versus Kellyus outlawed race-based gerrymandering nationwide, setting off a redistricting scramble throughout the red state South and calling into question California's map, which was explicitly based on race. And
when you think about it, right? Race-based. Where did race-based ideology come from? Where did it start? How did it get ignited? Who sparked that conversation of some form of issue on this continent? Who? Where did it derive from? We're gonna discuss that on another occasion. You got to think about that. Race-based. You know why? Because race-based is nothing constitutional, has no standing in law. Race-based anything has no standing in law. All right? Okay.
And the Kellyus decision laid out why Texas's redistricting was not a political whim of Donald Trump. The redistricting there eliminated racially gerrymandered districts. In an instant, the midterm map shifted from Democratic certainty to wins for Trump's Republicans.
All right, we'll leave it right there. All right. So let's go here. Now, this is Barry Cunningham. This is the guy that I critiqued a little bit constructively. You know, when he was talking about the broken window theory. But this is why I keep him in my Rolodex, because he's in his nature of who he is and where he's at right now in his life. You know, he's older than me. So, you know, I give him that. Hey, everybody got their rights, but check this out. Check this out. This is interesting. Now, people might recognize this guy, but check this out.
Across the board attack on democracy. And an attack on black people specifically. A lot of times when I've seen this story framed over the last few.
Attack on black people specifically. Now you're going to hear both sides. Now you hear the white woman talking, the so-called white woman. Now you're going to hear the so-called black man talk. Nice fro though, like it. You know what I mean? I don't know about if I go any further than that. Nice fro.
Few weeks, it has been framed as a Democrat versus Republican issue, as a battle for the soul of the House of Representatives. It is not. It is an attack.
A battle for the soul of the House of Representatives. I don't know what that means, but I remember Biden and Kamala was fighting for the soul of America. I remember that. I wonder who's that soul.
By white people against the very concept of black representation.
Okay, so if it's against the very concept of black representation, are you saying that black people can't vote for who they want to represent them? See, I think what is happening with the Democrat Party is that they have taken the Voting Rights Act since 1965 and co-opted it so that they could determine who was going to win. Didn't really care who you're going to vote for. This is the guy or gal that we are going to put here to represent you, and you must.
This records conversations better than.
Man, this guy in his commercials, boy, I tell you.
Vote for them.
This is Jim Crow 2.0. And I
No comment.
I don't mean that in a kind of hyperbolic way. Yeah. I mean that on a ground level, like what are they actually trying to do?
Jim Crow was not one thing. Right? Slavery was not one thing. It was a series. It was hundreds of little things that curtailed people's freedoms, and that's what's happening. That from 1965 onwards, we've fixed a lot of little things.
Do this guy look any type of African to you? Does he look any type of African to you?
And this administration's taking one thing down at a time.
If you lived in the Jim Crow South as a black person, you could vote as long as you could guess the number of jelly beans.
What the hell did he just say?
There are actual people, I don't know who they are, who watch this stuff and take it as gospel. Why it's important is because I make it incumbent upon you to talk to the people at work, talk to people you know and go, this ain't real. None of this is real. It is not Jim Crow 2.0. They want to take you back to Jim Crow 2.0. They want to go back to the days of when, they were using chains.
Now, figuratively speaking, on the last part, chains. But the first part, see, he's not afraid to say that type. Me neither. Why do they want to, in 2026, they want to keep reminding us of Jim Crow and chains, man? Everybody got a smartphone. Everybody got a smartphone. Everybody got a computer. Knock it off, man. Knock it off.
Because it helped them. A free black, a free demographic that can vote for who they want to, not because they're told to, not because they've been instructed to by people in church, for people they work with, their family. You got to vote for that person. I don't like that person. Well, there was nobody behind door number 2. They completely choreographed it so that you had to vote for that one person. There's no other option. And that's why some of these people have been there 20, 30, 40 years.
You can vote as long as you figure out what day, what time, if it way that
20, 30, 40 years. Did you guys know that most of these people that have been in these representative positions been there over 20 years? Do you know it hasn't changed? It hasn't changed. I'm just saying. That is a problem in itself. I wouldn't care if this dude was the greatest person since sliced bread doing great things. He don't need to be there 20 years. He don't even need to be there 10. Now, if he got a good 5 in him, you say, okay, we'll give you, okay, 10 is cool. Yeah, 10 is cool because the president got 8. Yeah, we'll give you 10. If you're doing great things and we see results, yeah, you get 10. And after that 10, hey, on your last one, you need to be training somebody that can step in your place. Why don't you go run for governor? We're going to put you in the governor's seat, buddy. And this is the trickle down. This is the bureaucratic. This is the pyramid. That's how you do it. You start here, alderman. You do your job. Boom, you go up there. You become assembly, local, district, all these things. You move up, you move up, you move up, you move up. At the same time that you're moving up, you're bringing somebody right behind you with the same values that you have. Then you go to the next level. He comes up to the next level. Same thing. You keep the same process. That is not cornering the market. That is not monopolizing that seat. You have one person that's coming behind you doing the same thing. Man or woman, don't matter. This is what we do here. Here are the elders. Here are these people. Here are the businessmen. This is what we're doing. We got to keep this the way it is, all the way up, so we can move it. What is it called? Generational wealth. Most of these people don't live in these areas. Believe me, they probably got a house there, but they don't live there.
People are disenfranchised is not saying, darky, you can't vote here. Yep. It's all of these.
Darky. What?
Little procedural issues that frustrate and suppress the ability of black people to vote or the ability of those votes to matter. And that's what the Supreme Court has approved. That's what.
All right. So if you didn't know and you were just a little ignorant Negro and you had no idea what was going on, this guy just told you that, the Supreme Court stripped you of your right to vote, which isn't true. I don't know how these people can go on television and say this.
Do you need a loan for?
And that is the issue. What they're trying to convey to people, to us, like he said, I ain't mad at him for saying ignorant, because that's how they talking. He just said darky. We don't know no better. They're actually thinking that now they're going to stop us from voting. They're going to take us back and they're going to watch. Pretty soon they're going to go and show the series of Roots in a minute. Then they're going to come back with 12 Years a Slave. Then they're going to come back with Black Panther. And then they're going to come back with yeah. How about that?
Well, the white supremacist decision in Louisiana versus Calais approved this reconstruction of the Jim Crow South.
See, look at him. Yeah, he moving around and look at him. He got the little clowns, man. These cats are clowns. They clowns. I think like an elite. You just ain't gonna just tell me anything. I mean, this camera right here, these people are up here just performing. And if you're looking at this guy the whole time, look at the guy over here to my left and to your left. He has not changed his face expression the whole time. He's looking at him like, yeah, you ain't, yeah. Do your thing, boy. Tap dance, boy. For me, he's not moved. He's not changing. He ain't changed his look not one time that I noticed. Go on, boy. Buck dance for me, boy. Get on.
It's not just what Democrats need to do. It's what Americans need to do. Right. Whether or not Americans want to live in this reconstituted apartheid state.
Oh, okay. So now we are
Apartheid.
in a reconstituted apartheid state. And in order for, here's where it gets good. I'm glad you sat through this 2 minutes. This is where it gets good. We can't do it. We lost. So we need to convince enough whiteys to do what we need to do so that we can win. That's what they're saying at this point. They understand that in order for them to have any sort of power, they need to convince enough white Americans to do the good thing and help out the brother man. Help.
And he said power. I don't know if anybody has paid attention. I pay attention to that a lot. Why do they keep saying power? Who has power? Power is to the people, correct? Power is to the people. Power is to the people. So power is to the people. Why do they got power in their mouth as representatives saying that the Democrats are in power? The Republicans is in power. The Republican regime, the Democratic regime. These words I pay attention to. Why are you using these words? And what do they have power over? They actually have power over the republic for which it stands, for which everything stands, that they actually pledged allegiance to, supposedly. But what they're actually doing is they have created parties within the United States of America Republic for which it stands to control the masses, to control the people. The people then turn into masses, which then turns into citizens, which then turns into corporate estates, which then turns into slaves and voluntary servitudes and peons. Don't worry, I'm going to keep repeating myself. Don't worry about it. You'll get it one of these days.
Help out the brother man. Do what you can. Because they've lost. I've said it so many times here. They've got nothing. I'm going to prove to you they've got nothing.
And unfortunately, what I see is most Americans willing to go along with it. When you look at how
most Americans willing to go along with it. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you.
They are redistricting the maps in Louisiana or Tennessee. Please note, they are.
I just showed. Okay, so we're looking at both ends, right? So just think about it from the perspective of what this lady said about Barack Obama. And we know that all of the Democrats, he was a Democrat, and all of these people was on his side. Everybody was behind that. You had two case laws, Supreme Court and in Virginia, United States Supreme Court in Virginia, who overturned some things based on the unconstitutionality of what they were attempting to do. 6-5 in the balance with Democrats having the lead and trying to flip it and change it over to 10-1. I mean, you can research it and check it out, see if it's real. But now all of a sudden, what they were attempting to do, race-based, is saying, hey, this is going to extend our power even more. Power. And then black people eating it up. Not asking, what is it going to do for me? What does that do for me in my community? Let's keep going.
We're not messing with white Democratic enclaves in those states. There are white Democrats in Tennessee. There are white Democrats in Louisiana. They're being left alone. The neighborhoods that are being taken away are the black neighborhoods.
Okay, so again, misinformation, disinformation, however, how are they?
white Democrats are being left alone and black Democrats are being affected. But I thought you guys are all Democrats. Same party, right? Democratic Party. That's what it's called. Democratic Party. Okay, party. I'm throwing a party. You're invited. You're going to be at the party. The Aton party. So you're invited. You're part of the party, right? Yeah. You pay to get in. Once you pay to get in, you're in the party. This is our ideology. This is what our rules are. Or just here, the rules are dress code. This is how you dress. Hey, you know what I mean? We close at 1, we're out. Just like if you're having just a regular party. But obviously now it's a racial thing. But didn't he say people vote for Clinton? I think they did.
Taking away neighborhoods. The host here just sits there and smiles with his big goofy glasses. This message that you're hearing is directed at people like you who are white. He's trying to let white people, have that empathy, that virtue signaling to know we can't do it without you. We're done. They've stripped away the neighborhoods. What neighborhood?
No, Barry. That's not what they're saying. That's not what this guy's saying with the Afro. The Afro guy ain't saying that. That brother ain't saying that. What he is saying to this guy, which he has already within his party of people that look like him, is he want to get the message out and keep it a race-based thing. And believe me, them white Democrats already know the game plan. It's already been scheduled. It's already been constructed and organized. They know exactly what time it is. They're not going to respond. They're not going to say anything because they know it's nothing. It's fluff. So this guy is doing that, Barry. He's not doing anything else. He's not trying to appeal to them white people. Them white people ain't got no power in the hood. Didn't you know that? Why you think they needed black people to come into the Democratic Party? Remember that? Wasn't the civil rights thing and all this stuff with Kennedy and everybody went on and oh yeah, that's right. You probably don't know that. You know what I'm saying? You probably was just getting over here. Yeah, that's what it was. Wasn't about none of those different type of things. All right. We have our own internal things we have going on. But the one thing is that when people want to just go run along, go on and run along. Watch what happens to you. Because when you come back to the neighborhood amongst your people that you grew up, that know how your shit smells, remember boogers in your nose and waking up with crust in your eyes and your afro over here to the left, matted in the back. You know, when you was out there scrubbing your knees and all that type of stuff, you're going to come back with your head down. Because there's certain things that you can't say until you get in the house. And then there's other things that you probably can't say because your mama and your daddy and your grandmama and your granddaddy probably don't want to hear it. They already know. Hey, son, you've made your choice. Just don't forget where you came from. They can't take that from you. Or have they?
Neighborhoods can't vote. Anybody? Nope, he's not going to tell you.
Look at Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896. What did it take to overcome that?
Okay, Plessy versus Ferguson. We're going to go into this. Dred Scott, Plessy versus Ferguson. Roe v. Wade and Brown versus Board of Education. We're going to have a complete isolated session on that. Remember, if Abraham Lincoln was supposed to free the slaves and Juneteenth came around and all these different things happened and everybody was free, what is Plessy versus Ferguson have to do with anything? These guys, they know their history, y'all. They know the history. They know what's going on. They know politics. They know civics. They have to. They have to. Can't come different than that.
It took decades, generations of black people lived and died under Plessy v. Ferguson before 1954, when it was overturned-ish.
These elastic cargo pants will make.
Did he say ish? It was overturned ish. It's comical. You know, I'm entertaining myself. I don't know if y'all entertained, but I'm entertaining myself. I like hearing stupid people talk. You know, you get to a point where you like, shoot, I learned a lot now. I mean, I got reading comprehension, you know, but I still got some common sense here. Last time I checked. So I get a little entertained because I can get on a intellectual level and hear everything you're talking about. And I like doing it because at the end of the day, somebody got to be able to translate this this Black Chinese Mandarin language he talking, better known AKA as bullshit. Hold on. He probably better like that too on mute.
Overturned legislatively by the Civil Rights Act and the now defunct Voting Rights Act of 1955.
Now, here's another thing to understand. I'm going to check the computer. It's 2026.
Thank you. 2026. Do the math, carry the one. What's that, about 70? 54, that's 70 something. 64, that's 62. I mean, that's an indictment on you, buddy. You are a continuation. That's why I say you picked up the mantle from where it was left off that was going all the way back 70 years. So whatever was going on back then, whatever the intention was, how the party was set up in your democracy that you set up through the Civil Rights Acts and other things that was probably done even after this, the proclamation and all these things, Reconstruction, all these Dawes Act, Indian Citizenship Act, we can go on and on and on. That you are continuing that. You and everybody else that are sitting here crying. So if you are crying, then you are the one that's continuing the deception in the communities of our people for 70 years.
It's as if we've been in a time warp for 60 years. And I think to myself, since 1965, what else have you guys done to advance the progress of black people? But then I said, that's not the question. The question is, it's 2026. What have black people done to advance themselves? Because what these people are telling you in no uncertain terms is that they've kept people in a landlock. They've kept people in one of those time capsules. Why would you be talking about 1964 or 1955? Why don't you just talk about 1990 or 2000 or 2010? Because the question that people need to ask is, why is it in 2026 that black people need additional help to actually what they consider be equal?
Now, that was the most important part. there's some other things. This is the most important part that came out of his mouth. Because this guy is talking as if we can't put one foot in front of the other. In sport terms, we can't walk and chew bubble gum. Everybody that's listening to somebody like that looks like a brother with a big afro that's supposed to be for civil rights and with the black power and all that type of stuff, talking like that, saying he's a representation of me and you, should be checked on the spot. Hey, boy. No, who you talking about? You talking about me? No, you're not talking about me. You're talking about you. Who are you talking about? And why are you continuing to talk about our people like that? This is 2026, boy. And if the fact that we are in this position that you consider to be true, get out of here. We need somebody else in here. Simple as that. Ain't no need to be talking to these white folks or any of these other people that's in office about some redistricting of some lines. You got people that's still calling you a slave, saying that you need assistance, saying that you need this and you need that. Huh? That's all they're talking about. Do you know how much money is allotted to every district in North America? Funding for all special groups. Now, I mean special like retarded or remedial. I'm talking about special groups, specialty groups. What they consider to be black, Negro, colored, American Indian, African American, whatever it is. But a lot of people don't know that those groups are pretty much all in one. But groups, political groups. Got it? But the federal government always has to come in and pressure these people to put the money into the community. They're sitting on it. California is the prototype. So much money, so much funding that they get within their state, within tariffs and taxes and all that stuff from imports and exports. Then on top of that, what they're getting through federal subsidies, through the government, so on and so forth. And none of it hits the community. And then when it hits it, you see a sprinkle here and a sprinkle there. But everybody else is sitting there. I don't know if they're fat in their pockets, but they just holding it over there and only letting the ones that's in the party dance.
That's the question. What? I don't need the Voting Rights Act anymore. I don't need Rosa Parks on the bus. I don't need any of this stuff. Why do you need it so bad? Why do you need these districts? Because I don't even know what a black district is. I've never moved.
Never existed. But you know what we did have? You got Koreatown. You got Chinatown. You got Little Armenia, Little Russia, Little Japan. Well, not Little Japan. All the Japanese people, when they got out of the camps, they fully naturalized, funded everything. They got reparations. They fully indoctrinated. So, what else? What else we got? What else we got? Little Italy, Little Vietnam. You got East Los Angeles now. You got a little Mexico over there. Ain't no little black towns. No. Nope. I remember they tried to get an Africa town over there in Leimert Park. They was like, no, we ain't Africans. We sentiment to the Africans, based on what they say the slave trade is. They melanated. So we cool with them. I ain't never heard of a little black district either. I ain't never heard black districts never existed. Wonder why.
Moved into, quote, a black district. You, wherever you move is how you vote. I'm going to vote for that guy or that woman. But that's not what they want. They instituted their own slavery. Hey, this wasn't supposed to.
Listen to this closely. I'm gonna end it on this because it's 4:30. Let me bring this back. Where we at? 8:15. Here we go.
You, wherever you move is how you vote. I'm going to vote for that guy or that woman. But that's not what they want. They instituted their own slavery.
Listen closely. Listen closely.
Hey, this wasn't supposed to ever change. We had it made. As long as nobody looked at what was going on in the hood, we own the hood.
So that's the. Woo! And that was cold, Barry. Barry. Hey, Barry. Hey, Barry. Barry. Say, man. That was cold right there. Now, I don't know how other people received that. As long as nobody was paying attention to what was going on in the hood, we had it made. Now, it's 2026 minus 1966 equals 60 years. Let's go to the last. Let's go to 1969, because 1968 you had the Indian citizenship, what they called, that was the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which is the Indian Civil Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, the Ku Klux Klan Act, right? Amongst other things. Right? You had those things going on. So let's 2 more years. 58 years. 58 years for y'all to get it right. For y'all to get it right. And I'm going to play that again. I sure am. Yep, sure am.
Never change. We had it made. You, wherever you move is how you vote. I'm going to vote for that guy or that woman. But that's not what they want. They instituted their own slavery. Hey, this wasn't supposed to ever change. We had it made. As long as nobody looked at what was going on in the hood, we own the hood.
So that's the timeline we're looking at. When white people get it in their head that they are allowed, that they are, to use Trump's words, entitled to be this racist, that's the kind of generational long timeline we're talking about. And the way to overcome that is for establishment Democrats and the leaders of this country to take judicial reform seriously.
Incrediware is the first way.
All right, so what I'm going to show you is it ain't judicial reform what these people want. There's nothing reformative of what they're looking to do. They have now moved into overdrive. They've shifted it into 5th gear. If you've made it this far, I'm going to show you what they really want. Reformation? We want to rip it up and start all over again. That's what they want to do. When I said they opened up the kimono.
Different Supreme Court. And as long as you allow this, in 1954, you had a different Supreme Court. And as long as you allow this conservative supermajority, this racist, this now provably racist conservative supermajority on the Supreme Court, as long as you allow them to hold power, nothing happens.
See? Now.
Hold power. Hold power. That came out of his mouth. That was the last thing I was looking for. I'm gonna go a little bit further and I'm gonna stop. I was looking for that term, that word come out of his mouth. Hold power.
Now they're telling you where they're headed. All these socialist commies, get ready for violence because they realize the gig is up. They're done. And so now, as you can see with him and his agitation, they are completely freaked out. They are completely spooked. They can't do anything. And so now we need to take it to not just the streets. We need to reform this and get rid of these people.
Nothing changes. This is what they want. This is what they have the power to do. And until you take judicial reform seriously at all levels, then you lose at all levels.
I'm done here. I am done here. Thank you. Thank you for finally admitting it. But he just said, unless you change the judges at all levels, we will lose at all levels. Not really sure who we is.
Not sure who's we. What we always say, who's we? I want to hear this part real quick. Real quick.
Let me follow it up with this piece. You'll love this.
Partisan redistricting is a fact of life. And now
this isn't partisan.
On the campaign,
What is it?
sure it is.
Racial redistricting.
On the campaign,
you literally are taking Memphis, which is a city that with black voters, and you split it in three, stretching 3,000 miles.
Who's the current Democrat congressman there? What is it? A black congressman?
Oh, in case you wonder who he's talking about, who's the Democrat? No, where did I do his picture? Oh my gosh, I messed up his picture. So you guys probably know. Oh, it's this guy. There it is. There is the guy that they say that the black people are not going to be able to vote for. That's their congressman. And it's like they don't understand people know it. Like, okay, oh yeah, the black representation is being taken away. Who's the congressman for the last 20 years?
Just because black people are allowed to like people that don't look like them?
Exactly. And that is the point I wanted you to make, because just because you're not going to have a black congressman, why is it that a Republican can't do just as well representing black voters as a Democrat?
Because
why
they
is your
Okay, you're going to like this answer. Scott set it up perfectly. Why can't another black Republican do just as well?
Electing.
Why does your race determine your politics?
It does. No. You're making my point, actually. The assumption is black people. No. The assumption is black people will only elect black people. No, black people are smart enough to elect. No, let me finish. Black people will elect people who will actually represent them, who have their best interests at heart. And what Republicans have done until.
All right. So black people will elect people who've got their best interest at heart. All right. So black people will elect people who've got their best interest at heart. Man, I wish I was sitting on that panel, because he's been the representative that black people in Memphis have voted for 20 years, because he's had their best interest at heart. He eats the same chicken.
He eats the same chicken.
He eats the same piece of the chicken.
There you go.
Is that a white man?
That's a white man right there. Colonel Sanders. There is Colonel Sanders' grandson. Boy, I've had enough here. Man, that's fun. Hey, man, y'all funny to me. Y'all be getting all excited about this stuff. Hey, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Y'all go ahead. If y'all want to come up. You got 5 minutes to do it. You'll come up 5 minutes. I'm done. And I think we pretty much made some points here. Now, ended off on that note, right? They're complaining about this whole guy with the big fro was talking about this, talk about that. They taking this and taking that. And that's Tennessee. They mad about it. And who's been representing them for the last 20 years? Right. So-called white man. How about that? Not just that. I mean, Moore said he's not just that, he's Jewish. 5 minutes. And we're going to call it a day because I was late anyway. Yo, what up? What up? What up, Naughty?
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you up here too long. I just have a question. Why do you keep equating the Constitution as something to be validated by, especially after a 13th Amendment?
Okay. Say that again. What do I equate the Constitution to what?
The Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Okay, so the Bill of Rights is going to be the amendments to the Constitution, right?
Right, exactly.
So
I said the amendments. Yeah, I said the Constitution. I said the amendment. I caught myself on that, but I just kept it pushing. I caught myself.
Right, so the Constitution actually isn't the amendments. The amendments or the Bill of Rights is just was the bill that got added to it. So prior to the Bill of Rights, the Constitution basically was just for a certain individual of government or identity. The Bill of Rights came in to represent the rights of the citizens, to give the citizens the same rights as the indigenous free people had. So the citizens can have a way to hold arms against tyranny, foreign or domestic. Hold rights against tyranny, foreign or domestic. Domestic meaning what was going on here around them, not necessarily within their own structure. It was for their structure, not to be governed within their structure.
Right.
Then the 13th Amendment came, and that's a whole new set of people, bro. They don't have nothing to do with the Bill of Rights that's attached to that secondary Constitution, which, again, the Constitution is flawed without it being prior, a bill being prior to draw up the Constitution. You got to have a bill first. You know what I'm saying? Then draw the Constitution off the bill, but they did it ass backward, which don't give that any validity. And then anything prior to the 13th doesn't stand for anything after the 13th at all.
Yeah, no, you're right. I agree. I just kind of just wanted to keep going. I didn't want to kind of backtrack and down. You know, yeah, you're right. You're right. I just didn't want to. I caught myself. You know what I'm saying? I caught myself. Yeah. I was like, I said the Constitution. I was like, well, you know, the amendment, and you know, I was like, let me keep going.
Yeah. So just on bad routine already, but we know what's up. That's
Yeah,
all. That's all. That's all. Everything else was good.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, I had a long day, so I was late. But I think it was a good introductory. I want to kind of come back to some of this stuff, get it in real quick, and then we could just really just bang it out on the panel.
All right. Whenever you get time to put in more work on it,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff been coming up, and I just got to sort it out. So this was kind of like a rush job a little bit, but turned out pretty good. I felt good about this. I mean, these cats is interesting, man. But hey, it is what it is. We still here, man. We still here.
Facts. What happened to all that money they was winning?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
What was these funds going? Because was the payoffs, it wasn't adequating to none of the winnings they were winning for his lawsuits to certain individuals, certain white supremacy groups. So where was all this money? Where is this money? Who's like what the fuck is it?
That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Where's all this money? And then that Southern Poverty Law Center thing, man. You told me they had all this type of money to give people to do these high tech things on a whole level like that.
But that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. What?
Exactly.
Well, that money. See that money that they was giving people to do certain things. It didn't equate to a portion of the money they were winning off of the lawsuits for the white supremacy groups. Where's all that money was allocated? Where was that going towards? Because they really wasn't a government facility. They was in cooperation with the government. So what the fuck? Where the money? Who the money was for? Where the money went? Who was they representing? That's what I don't understand.
Not just that. Where is it coming from?
Well, remember they sued the Ku Klux. They sued a couple of white supremacy organizations. A lot of them, not just a couple, a lot of them, and they won.
Right.
Like, okay, so who was they representing to go
all
a lawsuit?
that is news to me, man. I knew nothing. All that's news to me.
That's that group out of Mississippi, right?
Yeah, I think they was either out of Mississippi or Alabama, one of them two. I think Alabama.
Well, didn't the man say he drove to Mississippi to the bayou?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's where it's supposed to have originated from that point right there. Now, in Mississippi, if that group was what was it, SPJ or something? What was it again?
The SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Yeah, Southern Poverty Law Center. Where did that money go? All that money they was winning.
They ain't said that. I mean, they couldn't just been going to, informants and stuff like that. They had to be pocketing that stuff somewhere. I know it wasn't going into the communities. I know it wasn't.
I might say he had a 40-mile long convoy.
Oh no, that was something different. That brother was talking about. I don't know. Did he mention the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Not that one.
No,
so
that
what
guy
he
was
began?
saying that city was being sued, a white person, and then he said the whole town came and supported them because they was trying to bankrupt the whole city and put them out of business. The whole town, and he said the whole town came and that's where they got the money. They got the money from the people. People,
Right, but that wasn't part of the beginning of the Southern Poverty, whatever.
I don't know. Is that what he said? Hold on, let me pull it back up.
Yeah,
let me pull it back up.
Find out what year, and when, how was they developed? Find out that.
Yeah, he said 1970s. He said that thing happened in the 70s. Hold on, let me get it. There you go. Bingo. Appreciate you knowing your business for that compliment. I got you in the chat. Got you on the screen. Appreciate that. Derek, what's going on, brother? So let's put that on the screen.
Oh, this lady, there was no bypass around the city. So you had to come through the city. You had to go through all these cities up and down Highway 61, all the way from Memphis down to Vicksburg, 2-lane highway. And Mount Bayou was right here in the middle. This white lady drives through town in 82 and she did some type of traffic infraction. She got a ticket. She's incensed that a white lady is gonna get a ticket from a black person here in Mount Bayou. But she goes over to City Hall to pay the ticket. As she said, she went in, or either when she was coming out, she said she fell into a hole. So she sued the city. She sued the city for $16,000. When the judgment came, when it went to trial and the judge gave her an award of her money, he awarded her $84,000. All the racists are alerted to be racist. And then the judge, well, of course, you're gonna give her way more money than she asked for. That's a racist move. People that had credit or creditors of Mount Bayou, just normal thing like gas company, light company, that type of thing. Start calling the money that they were owed due. The bank that Mount Bayou had his money in froze the account. There was no legal reason to do that. They froze the account, and even the little money they had in there, they couldn't even pull that out to pay the lady. All these are racist moves. My father was the vice mayor at the time. My father was vice mayor here for 30 years. And at that time, he was still vice mayor. Well, the mayor calls WDIA radio station, big time radio station in Memphis, AM radio station. Everybody knew it, from here. So he calls them and lets them know this is what's going on. They invite him to come up to WDIA to Memphis and be on a show. So he goes up there Sunday morning. He goes up there and it was a 30-minute show. And as he's telling the people at WDIA about what's going on here in Mount Bayou, people in Memphis just start driving up to the station, stopping the car, getting out and coming inside and giving money so they could go toward Mount Bayou. So many people in Memphis just start on their own. Nobody's asking them to do this, driving up to the station, that it was creating a huge traffic jam on that street. So the people at the WDIA decided that they were going to go and keep the traffic moving by going outside with a trash can and let people drive by and throw money into the trash cans. The traffic was still building and building and building. It was still a whole lot of traffic. They did what they could that day, but they decided that they were going to formalize their effort and make a formal thing that they were going to collect money from Mount Bayou. And they did many different things. They started collecting money from Mount Bayou. And they had gotten to the point where they got 120,000. One Easter morning in 1982, they decided they were going to drive down to Mount Bayou. And they had told the audience in Memphis to meet them at a shopping center in Memphis. And we're going to meet at the shopping center and we're going to all drive down to Mount Bayou. They thinking that they can just get 50 cars, 20 cars, whatever. They had so many people to meet them that as they were driving, coming to Mount Bayou, they get 37 miles into Mississippi. They're in Tunica, Mississippi. And the Mississippi Highway Patrol pulls the lead car over and tells them, you can't do this. You don't have a parade permit to have a parade here in Mississippi. And the man says, I'm not leading a parade. I just have a check here for the people in Mount Bayou. And I'm just taking it down there. And some of my friends are following me. They're 37 miles into Mississippi. So the Highway Patrol decides to give them a formal escort. While they're driving here in Mississippi, way back 37 miles away in Memphis, there are people still in the shopping center trying to get in line on the highway to follow the caravan coming down to Mount Bayou. So it's a 37-mile caravan. There's more than 800 cars in this caravan. This is coming down to Mount Bayou. And on that Sunday, $120,000. My father, like I said, who was the vice mayor, collects the money. And this is a big cartoon check, and there's a picture of him holding the check up like that. He comes up with this poem.
Yeah, he said WBI. It was the radio station.
Yeah, that was a radio station. Yeah, they put it out there. Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, gotta find out who these Southern Poverty Law people are.
Let me
Who they was
play.
representing.
Let me play that one again. Oh, that was wow. Let me play that again. Oh, let's get that shit. That was interesting how they was moving and shaking. That's crazy. All right, which one is which? Which one is the first? Boom and boom. Nope, that's the second one. All right. Let's add that to the stage and get that out. This one up. Hold on. Wrong one. Man, wrong one. Wrong one. Let me just do the window. All right, let's go.
And there's violence coming from the left. The left says
Man, nah. Wait a minute, man. Remove. Hold on. 5. There you go. All right. All right, we ready. We are ready. We.
last 50 years, the SPLC has been working with the FBI, providing them information on white supremacist groups. This is what they've been doing. They were founded to do this. They were founded in 1971. Their job was to help poor people get justice in the South. That's why it's called the Southern Poverty Law Center. First year, they desegregated the YMCA in their hometown. Second year, they got the Alabama State Troopers to start accepting Black people. Third year, they got equal housing and medical for women in the military. These guys were killing it. Now, by the time the 80s come around, they're fighting violent white supremacist groups. In 1980, they sued the Invisible Empire for shooting Black women. They won. In 81, they sued the Texas Emergency Reserve for shooting Vietnamese people. They won again. Now, they realized that the FBI wasn't going to help them investigate these white supremacist groups. The country was still pretty racist at the time, so they had to investigate it themselves. So they started paying for confidential informants. And this worked. They paid informants, they gathered evidence, they shared the evidence with the FBI, and they sued people. It was a good system and it was working. In 87, they sued the United Klans of America for $7 million, bankrupted them. In 1990, they sued the White Aryan Resistance for $12.5 million. They won, bankrupted them. In 98, they sued the Klan for burning down a Baptist church. They got $37 million. In 2000, they got $6.3 million from the Aryan Nation, bankrupted them. You gotta remember, in the South at this time, white supremacist groups aren't getting investigated like that. A lot of these white supremacist groups have ties to law enforcement. They have ties to the government. It's very hard to convict these people. The only way crimes like these were getting investigated was by private law groups like the SPLC. So now it's 1995. The Oklahoma City bombing goes off. The FBI hasn't been investigating any white supremacist groups. They have no idea where to start the investigation. They go to the SPLC. They use all of the SPLC's evidence on white supremacist groups, and they track down the people who did it. The FBI is loving it. They don't have to do the investigations, but they get to reap the benefits. They get all the credit. It's all gravy. SPLC and FBI like this. Here's where things get weird. 'Weird. 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 ' says the violence is coming from the right. They start to cite SPLC's reports. SPLC has a map called a hate map. It showed where all the violent white supremacists were actually coming from. White supremacists hated this. The next month, Kash Patel at the FBI comes out and says, we're severing all ties with the SPLC. This is a woke, biased group, and they're spreading hate, and we can't be associated with any organizations that have an agenda, is what he says. Now, this month, Kash Patel comes out and says he's having an investigation into the SPLC. He says they committed wire fraud. He says they didn't tell their investors that they were using the money for informants. And they had shell companies that were hiding the source of the money so that the informants wouldn't get caught. He's saying that all of this constitutes wire fraud. They're saying that the money that they paid to the informants actually funded the protest, and the violence that came from the protest is a product of the SPLC. They're saying that the informants are being paid to be in the chat groups and spew hate and incite violence. Never mind that they're snitches and they're supposed to do this to stay in the group. But okay, let's look at the Unite the Right protest. They're saying that the SPLC gave $270,000 to that protest. When you look into it, that $270,000 went to one informant over the span of 8 years. He was in the chat group that was planning the Unite the Right protest. He gave all of the information to the SPLC. The SPLC gave all of the information to the FBI and the local authorities. A 45-page warning. They're playing dumb. They know what the hell's going on. Another informant, a neo-Nazi, got $1 million. He's the highest paid informant thus far. He got 25 boxes of documents and stole it and gave it to the SPLC. That's how he got that money. Remember, there's only $3 million total, but these are the payments that they're saying went directly to paid protests. This is the proof that they have that the left is actually funding right-wing violence. The right wing isn't violent. It's actually the left funding them. This is what they want you to believe. And it's working too.
They were peaceful people.
Yeah, man. That's a lot of money we're supposed to be helping poor people. Any of those acts help poor people? I don't think any of that money came into poor people neighborhood.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Hey.
Then you turn around and get hit for wire fraud, and what? The government get all that money? What's going on? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that's a question. This is where it's like both sides is like, wait a minute. See, now FBI saying we distancing ourselves from them. Why? All of a sudden. Yeah, you and J. Edgar. Y'all and J. Edgar had shit jumping off. I mean, you talking about back in those days, shit, J. Edgar had that. What, J. Edgar, when did he retire from the FBI? What was he, 90?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
When he wheelchaired himself to that mother.
Yeah.
Dude. So,
That was right in Nixon shit.
Mm-hmm.
Went all the way into the 80s. It's a Reagan shit.
Yeah. Wasn't that the Stop Another Black Messiah shit?
Yeah. Rex, what was it? Rex 42 was
Rex 73.
Oh, yeah.
Rex 72. And they amended it to Rex 84.
Rex 84, yeah.
That's when they included Mexicans.
Yep.
You know, based on, oh boy, what was his name? They just been tearing down his statues. Yeah, Cesar Chavez.
Yeah. Chavez.
Mm-hmm. See, a lot of people talk about 84. A lot of people don't know about 73.
Yeah, 73. I think I got that printed somewhere.
Yeah, that's the real KAP. You got to abbreviate yourself around here sometime. It's the real KAP. Yeah.
Shit, I got an FBI document that's so cold. Woo. It's a memo. And it said something so cold, boy. It's ridiculous. Make you want to get the fuck up out of here.
Oh man. Like that type of game they on.
Yes, sir.
You wanna find something else to do. Let me say it that way. You want to kind of find something else to do. I mean, there's certain things that, I didn't study a whole lot of stuff. Certain things didn't kind of made me think for a second, like, damn, like all these cats out here talking this side power shit. Right. These cats got, boy, they got things going on, man. They got things going on, and I said, you know what? That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and I ain't worried about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't put that. That's why fear mongering shit just gets me like frustrated. Like, why the hell you over here fear mongering? You on this goddamn channel with your picked out ass afro, talking some shit about some things that happened 60, 70 damn years ago, man. Man, it's money to be made. Ain't nobody tripping off. They ain't tripping on you if you ain't tripping off them. And a lot of these buzzwords, that's why I don't say certain things up here. I mean, that's not my business. That's some shit. That's some next level. I'm not in that area code or that bank account level or in that room. So why am I talking about it? See, but people like to just be extra out with it. You know what I'm saying? It's good to talk about it. I mean, at the end of the day, we know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And what has been done with us and the manipulation with it. I can talk about that. And I am going to talk about that. They got a problem with it. So be it. So be it. Chief I am. What's going on, brother? Mike check. Chief I am.
Peace.
What's going on, man?
What's the word, brother?
What took you so long?
I've been in the back just listening.
All right, that's what's up. Man, I forgot what you said. And I forgot the title. I forgot what I said in the title, and shit, I just put that up in there. Then we're gonna make it dry, and then we figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you got anything you want to add? Hey, we got like 20 minutes, man. Shit. I gotta work on my car, and I got some other things I gotta take care of.
Nah, man, I just let me turn that off. Hold on.
All right.
Nah, I was just pulling up, man. I told you I was gonna pull up. I seen you building earlier. You know?
Yep. Appreciate you. Hey, so talk to me. Hey, both of y'all. Do this then. All right. Let me start with Nadi. He older than both of us. So let me start with him. Okay, so the presentation in the ballpark, right? Am I above a 5 or over a 5?
Above a 5.
Okay. Chief I am. What you think about it? Above a 5 or under a 5?
Presentation of what exactly?
What I did today.
Oh, above, man. Yeah, you above. You dropping jewels.
Okay, so
making people think.
All right, so let's not use that term. It might be copywritten.
Ooh.
Naughty know that. Don't he know that joke?
Oh, you talking about Callaway?
Yeah. He might have that copywritten or trademarked. You know what I mean? He's a businessman. All right, so look. Okay, now he kind of gave his thing on it, and we kind of agreed. And his thing was, I've mentioned the 14th Amendment, 13th Amendment is not a part of the Constitution, but it's a part of the Bill of Rights, amendment to the Bill of Rights. And I said, I just kind of just kind of sidestepped it, didn't want to go backwards. But what do you think? What you stepped out on? I mean, you know, we chopped it up the other day. What you think? You know, just these other ones, these other two things that I put out with the brother in with the Afro, and what the so-called white lady was saying about these whole redistricting things that Obama was doing.
Well, I would say, man, it just, to me, it depends on, it's your competency level, right? Like, are you familiar with the white paper called The Two United States?
No, I haven't heard of that. Or it hasn't crossed my desk. I haven't read anything like that.
Well, I think it was maybe 5-6 years ago. Justice Sotomayor, she said that there's two United States and one is basically vacant. So when I started researching that, it brought me to a white paper. And within the document, it was saying that the lawful Republican form of government is vacant, and that people through their own choice are living under this democracy, right? When I started doing a little bit more research, I found out that is that this current place that we're at is all a creation of the branch. The issue and the legislature have nothing to do with it at all, right? This is why you have this influx of ALMJs, which are administrative law judges, acting on behalf of agencies. Excuse me.
Right. I'm with you.
So when you see all of these different executive orders, and you realize that, like you pointed out with the so-called white guy with the two flags, the peacetime flag and the wartime flag, you start connect all these dots, you understand the reason why the executive branch is represented the way that it is within today's society is because the executive branch is creating everything, right? If you go into any constitution and you read it, it tells you that the governor is the head of the executive branch. And the governor has plenary power to elect or place those into seats that he desires. And this is for every state.
Right. So, and I'm just gonna say this quick thing, right? You know, I was on that other channel and somebody said that the governor and the president are not the same thing.
Well, the president is the president of the uniform states, right? The governor is a president of an individual state.
Right. So, but what you just previously, let's go back to what you previously just said before I interrupted you. You said the governor was what?
Well, in every constitution, you'll see that the governor is given his power from the executive. So all of the agencies, all of the departments, these are not a creation of the legislature. These are a creator of the executive.
Right.
So this goes back to that document.
Creative by the executor. The executive is who created those imaginary branches, bro.
Okay.
by the uniform states. Right prior to that, the states wasn't ran by no government or governor branch. It wasn't no states. They were just colonies. Gotta
Right.
remember that. So
I follow you where you're going with that. I guess my point in saying everything that I just said is that um, I think that's where the confusion lies at. We believe that there's separation of powers, that you have the executive, legislature, and the judicial branches all operating. No. The Supreme Court that's actually in power right now is a creation of the executive branch when it's supposed to be a creation of the judiciary. But the judiciary and the legislative are abandoned seat. They're abandoned. It's an empty house, so to speak. So this is why everything is coming through the executive. This is why the president is propped up. I mean, you got to think about it. If you have separation of powers, there's no what is the name of the leader of the judiciary? What is the name of the leader of the legislature?
Chief Justice. Oh, you check this out. Hold on. Now that I saw you come off mute. No, hey, look, Chief, I am 100. Everything you said, 100. Those seats are empty. Now, this is why you have attorney generals. You have this general thing. You have chief or some chief or this, chief or that. You know, they're mimicking something. And the empty seat or two Americas is your what you would consider to be your right. Well, no, let me not say it like that. De jure de facto, right? De jure de facto. Right? You have colorable law, you have rule of law, color of law, those type of things. And this is where, but my question to you will be this. Could you invoke either or and still get remedy?
Well, I think that's part of the confusion. I think that's what people have been trying to do. People have been trying to get to the Article 3 side versus dealing with the Article 1. But everything in the executive is Article 1, right? Now, the Article 3 is where you're going to get your equitable remedies, your common law remedies. But like I said, that part of the government is abandoned. It's asleep. It's dead. Because everybody's under these contracts, and contracts must be enforced by the executive branch. So
now let me pose this question to you guys, because you know I gotta keep it moving forward. So we just kind of just get our build off what our mind is, because we got this Monday. We gonna hammer this shit down until this shit got nice, good foundation. Okay, so None of Your Business had two questions. Now, this question is this question: is the Bill of Rights constitutional? I'm gonna give this one to Chief I Am. The other question is gonna be for you, Nadia. Is the Bill of Rights constitutional?
Well, okay, so what are the Bill of Rights? The Bill of Rights are rules put in place to protect the people from the government, from overreach, overstepping, the expansion of the jurisdiction of the executive, right? So that's what the Bill of Rights is. Now, the question would be, are they honoring the Bill of Rights? I would say through legal methodologies and loopholes, they've been able to subvert the Bill of Rights, even though in theory they are being applied, right? You know, you go to court, judge says shit like, you gotta, you know, you have a constitutional right to hear the nature and the cause of the action. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be given to you, and you have the right to remain silent. And you gotta waive your constitutional protections to proceed. So they speak on these things, but in all actuality, through legal mechanisms and loopholes, they've been able to subvert the very documents that was created to keep them in check. Which goes into my executive argument that we're only dealing with the executive. We're not dealing with the judicial, and we're not dealing with the legislature. This is completely an executive mode of government. So yes, the Bill of Rights are constitutional, but the way that they are being subverted and like the reach around, so to speak, pause. Yeah, it's a finagle, man. It's a quagmire that we find ourselves in as the people.
All right, so this question, right?
Hold up, goddamn. Hold up.
No. We got to do this first. We got to get these two out, and then bingo. Okay, so the other thing none of your business said is that's why I gave this one to you. I don't think the Constitution was ever supposed to be really changeable. I think it was supposed to be as it was as an eternal law or trust or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm gonna give you that one. I'm gonna give you that word salad. Okay.
Constitution and the Bill of Rights are two different things. The Constitution was placed when 17. What year? Pull it up right quick. 1777. What year?
I ain't pulling nothing up. We're gonna take it off the hip right now. Let's just roll with it. 1770 something.
Yeah, and the Bill of Rights didn't get ratified until 1791, 93, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. 91.
That's added on to the Constitution, and really the Bill of Rights is actually supposed to be in representation as the articles of the corporation or the articles to the Constitution. No way could the Constitution be in any positive format without the articles coming in 10 years later. It don't work like that. 10, 20 years later. It doesn't work like that. It's got to come in preceding or in conjoining with the Constitution. And that's where the mistake is coming from, that the Constitution, that these things was added to the Constitution, and that's not true. That's why it's like amendments, because they're just placing it because it wasn't a part of it originally. They're just placing it there. Now, as they're placing it there, it's actually being placed there for the representation of its citizenry, its product that is creating, and the product that is creating out of that corporation isn't identified as we the people, is identified as affiliated with the corporation.
Now, what's your counter to what Chief I Am said? Because I know you said, hold on.
Yeah.
You got a counter to that?
No, that was my counter. He was feeling that it is part of the Constitution, and it's not part of the Constitution at all. That's some bullshit. It's just added in as to be affiliated and putting the corporate entities in his format.
Okay, Chief I Am. You want to respond to that, and then I'm gonna go with J Dub.
Well, I mean,
I know.
The Constitution.
Get it out.
The Bill of Rights was added to the Constitution. I mean, the first article in the Constitution is the Bill of Rights.
Nah, the Constitution is gonna be that preamble. That we the people, blah, 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 blah.
The
The
preamble,
Bill of
and then it
Rights
goes
didn't
right.
come in until afterward, bro.
Preamble, we
Wait
the
a minute. Chief, I am. You said what? Repeat that for me. I ain't never heard that. I ain't never heard it said like that.
what's that?
You said article. You said the first what?
The first article of the Constitution is the Bill of Rights.
All right,
Yeah,
go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Nadi. And then
them articles got added later on. That's what I'm trying to show you, bro. They didn't get added with the Constitution.
So
That's not the Constitution.
the preamble is we the people of the United States, in order to perform a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide the common defense, promote general welfare, and secure blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1 of the Constitution, Section 1. All legislative power herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which will consist of a Senate and the House of Representatives. Section 2, the House of Representatives. Every constitution is the same. That's what I'm saying. The state constitutions have to mirror the federal. All state constitutions mirror the federal constitution.
Go and look up and see when the Bill of Rights was ratified, because that's what the articles are.
87, 88.
87, 88. It got put in 88, right?
They were ratifying parts of the Constitution at that time.
Say that again.
I don't know how that changes if the Bill of Rights are constitutional. You're saying that they're not because they weren't ratified on the signing of the actual document?
Bro, the Constitution was signed when? What date? Was it July
10 years
4th?
later. 10 years later, according to what the brother just said. He said 87,
No,
1770.
the Constitution. I'm saying the Constitution was put
About
out 4th of July,
76,
1776.
77, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Bill of Rights didn't come in till 10 years later, 11 years later,
Was the Constitution
and got
ratified?
added to the Constitution.
Was the Constitution ratified in 76?
It was proclaimed.
But it didn't get ratified until later, like 10 years later.
Nah. That was what brought in the country, bro. That was what brought the corporation from 1776 till. It was created off of that preamble. That's where the Constitution was created, off of that. Then the Bill of Rights was added onto it 10 years later to
And what
make
year?
it an article, to make the articles or create the articles of incorporation.
So that's wrong. The Constitution was written in 1787, not 1776.
1787.
Yes.
So the Constitution preamble and the Declaration of Independence wasn't written in 77. I mean 76, 77.
The Declaration was.
And then read the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution also, bro. Read the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, well, that's two different documents. You're not talking
They go
Constitution.
It goes to. I know it's two different documents, but if you can't, who was declaring independence, bro? Was it
The
not the
colonies.
United States, or was it?
No,
was
it
it?
was the colonies
The colonies of what?
of Great Britain that were established by
Pull up
the Stuarts,
the
and
Declaration
were usurped by the Pales.
right quick.
So yeah, the Declaration is 76.
The Constitution was written in 1787, and it was ratified in 88.
So that was the Continental Congress that was in effect in 76.
The Continental Congress, yeah, it was effective in 76. This was the the United States creation.
See, this is when we go into this whole corporate game, we got to understand it all started with corporate. The original charters of the 13 colonies are all corporate charters. Issued
And they,
the sovereign, who gave them the right to do
I
business.
can't go on my shit.
You know what I mean? So it's all corporate interest at the end of the day. I don't think there was you think so. You're saying that there was a constitution that existed that represented the people and not corporate interests?
I think he's saying that the Bill of Rights came in when they tried to do the corporate maneuvering. And so he's saying it was added years later. And so I think he's saying, like, if you have a corporation and you incorporate, you got to incorporate with your articles. They can't come after, you've incorporated.
Yeah, but the states were already incorporated through the creation of the charters.
Mm.
The charters are the documents which created the colonies, right?
Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're corporate charters. So there is no adding the corporate interest. It already existed.
When they took on independence, they was already in a union format, bro. It wasn't in a separate independence. Each colony didn't have an independence. It was up under a unionized. At that time, they created a constitution. They stayed in a 60-day turmoil with Washington sitting at the head of the table, not saying a word.
Hold on real quick. Time out. Hey, Sister Bethy, is that you? Go ahead and turn your camera on for a quick second. All right. I didn't know. I saw that name down there. I was like, wait a minute.
What you think? I'm gonna flash.
No, I saw it down there. I just saw the name. I was like, hold on, let me wait. Somebody got me a couple weeks ago.
Get out of here.
All right, what's going on, sister?
Oh, nothing. I'm listening to Naughty and Chief I Am and Heartfelt Centers. They was having an interesting conversation.
All right, appreciate you being here. All right, Naughty, go ahead, brother. Naughty.
Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. Did I break your wisdom? Did I break your wisdom?
I can't hear.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Did I break your wisdom?
No. What I was trying to get to is the 13 colonies breaking away from Britain. They was in a representation of a union under one banner. This is the original United States. And what represented these original United States was the Pilgrim Company, the Dutch Company, and the Philadelphia Company. And that's what brought those them corporations, and it represented the 13 colonies under one union. And this was to break independence by corporate standing. And at this time, they created the Constitution. The Constitution, the preamble was created. What we're seeing in these little quick Google or whatever is trying to adopt the Bill of Rights with the Constitution. The Bill of Rights was written by who? James Madison, wasn't it? But James Madison's name isn't on the Constitution. Why is that?
Written later? Is that
He created the bill later.
Okay. You can't just pause right there. You got to keep going. I mean,
Well, I'm just saying
at the edge of my
he
seat,
wasn't
man.
affiliated, even though he predates the Constitution. James Madison predates the Constitution. He was there. He was there and moving when the Constitution was there. He just didn't sign the Constitution because he
Right.
didn't agree with it because he didn't see they didn't have a Bill of Rights. They didn't have a charter. They didn't have articles. So he had to come back 10 years later and attach it to the Constitution, what you saying today, for it to even be in correct validation. So what we're reading is just some add-on shit and not to get they're not giving us the truth about it, bro. They straight lying.
All right, so
So hold on.
wait. Hold on, Chief. Real quick. Okay, so you think they didn't have a charter, they didn't have this, they didn't have that. Now I need you to say the same thing, but put it to business.
Put it to
And then
business.
Chief can go. You said they didn't have charter or nothing, so he couldn't do this.
I'm gonna go outside and open up a food truck with no goddamn license or nothing, ride around with a sign on it, don't pay no taxes until I fucking bill up my shit 10 years from now and it's represented by everybody in the goddamn neighborhood, likes my shit. Now I go and incorporate my shit and actually get it business established or recognized as a food truck. This whole time I'm moving around and I ain't even got a food truck. I'm just moving around with bullshit. So at what point am I real?
Wait a minute. You saying Naughty? Are you saying
Good
that
enough.
you? Huh?
No, I said that was good enough. Y'all got it. Go ahead. That's good enough for me.
Naughty. So
Yes, sir.
let me get
Yes,
this
sir.
clear. You're saying that just like I start a business, I'm doing everything in the business, but but before I go, I guess I don't know, expand my business. I want to make sure it's making me money, right? So I don't want to be establishing all these other costs in the initial beginning of this business. So many people go and make their money first and then go and get their paperwork done. That doesn't negate the damn business and the customers that you got in the beginning. That doesn't make it foolery or it wasn't real. I got transactions. I got
Okay.
transactions to show that those I conducted myself. I was conducting business with these other individuals. So getting my structure later put down on paper doesn't negate the work I did before it. I mean, I'm just
Listen,
that's how I see it.
let me show you something. Your structure that you falling up under prior to you creating this bullshit ass business was always up under some articles, a corporation, some articles of doing business with the indigenous on the land by representing them in the international format. That's where your business actually start from, and that's where your approval come from. 10 years later, you're gonna come and add some goddamn articles to that shit from you just representing you standing independent and able to deal with these people on this for the this is just your site now. Where your words are, you still governed by the articles, but your standing to Britain is to show, yo, I'm over here now and we're independent. Now you're gonna come and add some articles to it 10 years later saying, shit, we always been a business and goddamn shit, we're gonna kick the door in as a business and we're gonna stay as a business, even from the representation of 1776. That's who we are. We that business. It don't run like that.
Well, see, and this is what I'm saying. That's why this doesn't make sense, because every state, okay, there are originally 13 colonies that grew to 50 states over like 175 years. Every statehood was not granted statehood right away. And the only way you can become a part of that compact is you had to agree to the terms and conditions of the founding corporation, which are the Bills of Rights. This is why every state's constitution is consistent.
And every state is fraud, bro. That's why they're quasi states because they're not real. They're in a fictitious format because they're not applied about in a real avenue. They applied up under some fake shit.
So jails aren't real.
All right.
The Department of Corrections isn't real.
I'm the only one here. Say it
No,
again.
I said so. So jail isn't real. The Department of Corrections isn't real.
No, bro. I'm saying it's
Those
de
are all
facto.
those are all corporations, and they're holding live beings there
And it's
with
all
debt.
moving under administrative state because it has no standing for real, bro. It's just created in a fictitious state, the color of. That's why they don't have no real standing. Remember, the people that was really truly supposed to represent the United States walked out and abandoned it in 1852, 51. And it's been abandoned ever since. What's taken over is the administrative part of it, and that's what's been representation.
Listen, I'm not denying that history. I'm saying, what does that have to do with what the hell is going on?
Because they was up under the Articles of Confederation. They wasn't up under no United States Constitution running nothing, bro.
So what are they?
The
What are they under now?
the administrative 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, up to what, 27 or something, 28.
And the word amendment means what? To amend something is to change it, right? Yeah.
Say it again, bro.
The word amend means to change, correct?
Yeah, yeah. Add on, add in.
So these amendments to the Constitution were added and are being applied today in real time. I understand with your infinite wisdom, Mark, you saying that that's not the lawful way to do things. But just like I told the sister the other day, we're not dealing with law, we're dealing with legalities.
Okay, so what I'm saying
This
is,
is a legal government. It's not a lawful government. It's a legal government.
what I'm saying is the Declaration of Independence and the original Constitution, the preamble, is what started the 13 colonies as a unionized company. That anything under those colonies was identified as that company, the United States. As the amendments came in and allowed it to take on more territory or be identified under more territory, the amendments was bringing in its fashion of product from that United States. So it's saying we're creating now a product under us, and this product is going to be Amendment 1. It's going to be Amendment 2, and Amendment 3, and Amendment 4, and Amendment 5. And whatever falls up under this amendment is added on to this United States.
Right,
It's
but
added on.
the amendments are not the articles of the Constitution. We're talking about two different things, huh? The amendments are not the articles. The amendments are the things that are added on after
The amendments
the
are
articles are
the
part of the original United States Constitution. The Article 1 which is rights, is part of the original United States Constitution.
no, I think that's going to be.
Part of it.
I'm saying the Bill of Rights is the amendments, bro. The Bill of Rights is what the amendments are, which came 10 years after and got added in the inside of the Constitution as a article base. That's what that is identifying. Article of operation, or how conducting operation as a United States citizen or under the United States production. That's where your citizens coming in. No, is really truly under the amendments. That's where they're identified. That's how they are identified. Anything prior to that is under the Articles of Confederation, not the United States, because it's not of positivity at this point. It's not
You saying
positive.
that?
It's not really truly recognized. It doesn't have no operators.
So okay, so you're saying when you're holding a government official accountable, they're violating the Articles of Confederation? Is that
No,
what you're citing in your paperwork? Or are you citing the violations of the Bill of Rights? Or do you go
violation
pre, or do you
violation of the
go
Bill of
pre
Rights.
Articles of Confederation, and do you go to the Continental Congress? Like, what are you using in your paperwork to hold government officials accountable?
So as they're under right now, which are the amendments, the what giving them power. That's what's giving them power. The Constitution is no longer in place. It's not used. It's not even identified. And neither are the prior amendments to 12 and prior. They're not really truly identified. What you're going under and being structured under now is 13 and beyond. Everyone is this new day age of amendments, what they construct up under their outside of
Yeah,
their bankruptcy.
yeah, you're right about that. I mean, I would say it a different way. I agree. Is that they're focusing on everything. They want everybody to focus on everything after 12, 13, and after.
Yeah,
Right.
because that's what their basis of even existence coming from the gathering of more territory outside of their original 13 colonies.
Right. So the other day, last week, when I pulled up the Gettysburg Address and the guy's analysis of it, right? He was talking about the public doctrine. Now, I want to bring Sister Bethy in here. I know she's sitting there. She's going to get impatient and bounce on it. So I want to at least be able to come up here. But the 13th, 14th, and prior, right? Now, you're saying that's what gave them their existence where? I mean, because they didn't have no existence prior or what? That gave them, did that change? I'm
They
throwing you a
gave
lot.
them the existence to go
I'm
into
throwing you a
more
lot.
territory.
I'm trying to throw
To
you a lob. Trying to throw
No,
you a
y'all
lob.
cooking. Y'all got it. I'm just listening.
I'm
I'm
a,
enjoying it. I'm good. Y'all got it. Y'all
yeah,
cooking.
I want to throw you a lob, Nadia. I'm gonna say, well, so basically, before they was this, and then after they was that. Is that what you're saying? I'm just gonna do it like that. Throw a lob.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
And they was able to do extra amendments because even from the first amendments was some bullshit being added onto the Constitution in the first place. So
Now,
they can keep going with the
now on
bullshit.
top of that, is there any evidence that all these things been properly ratified after the 12th?
Now that's a great conversation. Was it properly ratified?
No,
But
they wasn't.
no, yeah, 100% it wasn't. I said it's a great conversation to go into. But my point, the 13th Amendment wasn't created until 1865.
Right.
Correct.
So you're talking about damn near a
okay,
century.
Chief I am. All right, I'm engaged. So look, check this out. Under what premise was the 13th Amendment initially? Because it said there's two of them, right? There was one, and then something changed over time where the 13th Amendment was had an addendum or an amendment in the 13th Amendment. So you got a 13th Amendment. So what was the 13th Amendment initially supposed to be for?
If my memory serves me correctly, the 13th Amendment was to abolish slavery.
Okay.
In the several states.
All right. Work quick with me. I'm gonna be quick with this. So, for who? Who was supposed to be slaves? Did the 13th Amendment ever say or identify who was the slave?
Well, I know this is what I was telling you a couple days ago when you were in your live. When you're live, I said you got to get the actual 13th and 14th Amendments from what is the archives in Washington D.C. because it says in there that
archives, Library of Congress,
Library of Congress. It says in the original 13th Amendment that no so-called Black or Indian can be a part of this business that's going on. It says
All
that you
right.
can't even be a part of it.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you who did they identify who the slaves were that was supposed to be not ever enslaved again?
I mean, by race? Are you saying by race?
Race didn't exist at that time. We're just talking about, did they identify a people, an ethnic group, or anything of that nature? Did they? Now we on the same team.
You gotta imply
you got the floor right now, so we on the same team. I'm just.
Yeah, I think you have to throw a lot of shit in there to come to that answer. You have to assume things. You have to believe certain fabricated histories or not. So it's all like I said, it's based upon one's own competency.
There you go. Now this is where, remember you talked about plenary?
Yeah, plenary powers.
Okay, so in those plenary powers or the plenary doctrine, right? You can, by acts or any type of other means, you can dictate or you can infer or declare who those people are, right?
Yeah.
Or wrong.
Can, but I think that's the genius of this system.
By act of Congress, like Martin Luther King say, by act of Congress, they and you know how he like to talk, you know, he good. But by act of Congress, you see what I'm saying?
Well, see, that's what
nobody was identified, right? It's opening up the channels in order for them to plug anybody in there as they see fit. Isn't that what's been going on?
That's the genius of the system. That's the genius of the system, because you use vague and ambiguous terms so that anyone, by their own act or omission, can either be granted access or denied access. But it comes down to what you do, your acts. You know what I mean? And none of your business. She said slavery was for Slavs. Well, were there so-called black Slavs? Were there black Caucasians? You see, because these words you can't use a brush, a huge paintbrush for these arguments. You got to be specific because law is specific, and they know that our people are.
There were black Slavs. That's true.
Right.
And
So
the Indian nations was holding slavery as a commodity here on this land. All of that's true.
I'm not saying we black, sis. I'm saying if we're using the language of today to describe something that was going on yesterday or yesteryear, that's where the confusion lies at. You know what I mean? Because Nadi is right. This is a corporate system that they're playing on us, right? But in addition to that, it started as a corporate system. So it's not like they added nothing new. They just modified it for their own shit. They started doing business for themselves using corporate titles, articles of incorporation. You know, so it's a big ass word salad, man. You can get lost in that shit easy. It's real easy to get lost in it, and they know it.
Okay, all right. So, Sister Bethany.
Huh?
All right. So now the 10 square mile radius, right? Washington, D.C. Is that the beginning or the I would say the completion of what 10 square miles, and what actually has it in regards to the 13 colony? You're very good at this. And do you have anything you want to add or, you know, kind of push back on in regards to Constitution, Bill of Rights, and what's been said so far?
Well, when I say like the 10-mile radius, and I use that as I'm not saying that's the exact square footage of how much land they had as but when I usually say that when I describe the 13 colonies, because everybody think because they had the 13 colonies that they had the entire landmass, when it was more so like a 10 square, like a municipality, one municipality, like a local municipal town,
Yeah,
Right,
like
around in
they
Philadelphia, I
literally
think.
had like a town.
right.
Like Connecticut has
That's
169 towns, so
Mm.
the colonizers only had
Hmm.
one of those towns. It wasn't like they had
see.
the rest of Connecticut.
I was reading in the charter issued by James the First that um, it was
Right, Nadi?
It was 100 miles inward from the 100 miles inward from the what was it? 100 miles inward from the coast and 10,000 miles from Maine all the way down to like Florida or South Carolina. That's what's in the actual charter. You know, the 10 square miles, I believe she's speaking on. She's talking about the creation of Washington D.C., which was delegated to a certain area within the DMV region. Uh,
No, I'm actually talking about the colonies. Like, for instance, like I use Connecticut as an example. We have 169 towns. The colonizers only had like one town, Chief I am, and that was considered a state. So, what state do you live in, Chief I am?
I'm in Minnesota.
So, does Minnesota have like a municipal town?
The state known as Minnesota.
Huh?
Yeah, Minneapolis, and it's
Yeah,
Okay.
the Thousand
the
Lakes.
municipality. The word
Okay,
municipality.
so if the
Yeah,
colonizers came to
St. Paul,
separate,
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Yeah,
but
yeah.
those ones are one of the
It's all
colonial
a
states.
municipality.
Most of the colonial states were in the north here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nadi.
Northeast, yeah.
So
Yeah, Northeast. Yes, ma'am.
so if they had like, let's say they had uh New York, okay, you know, New Jersey, they only had Newark, right? Right, Nadi? They just had Newark, and it was considered a colony, right?
Yep.
And so Newark would have been their one of their 13 states.
Yorkshire would have been represented as New York. That would have been a
Yeah,
colony. Virginia would have been a colony.
yeah, that was
In
Jamestown, right?
Richmond, I think, isn't it? Or is
No,
it
that was
Jamestown?
Jamestown,
Jamestown, yeah, Jamestown.
and that was it. That was like a literally a state, just Jamestown.
Yep.
And then they started
Um,
expanding, because
yep,
right.
yep.
But literally, the first 13 counties, they was just like little municipalities.
With maybe 100,000 people, 1 million people in all 13. A
There you
million
go.
point two. That was it. In all 13 colonies, it was just maybe 1 million of them
Hmm.
altogether. That's your United States.
Yeah, and then in the rest of the country outside of these colonies, you got a population of what 210 to 250 million people. You know,
Hmm. It was
so
all
yeah,
Indians.
I understand what you're saying, sis. Like it was completely populated over here. Brothers and sisters was doing business. Um, shit, either by willful neglect or by voluntary consent. Shit, we
Hmm.
like the Moors say, we part and parcel of this thing now. You know,
When the
that might be a
Continental
wrong.
Congress walked out, when the Continental Congress took off and walked out, and that Continental Congress and that Articles of Confederation wasn't in representation in the 1850s, they incorporated their business format and came in with the 1865 13th Amendment on what they represented as U.S. citizens. United States what the United States is actually representing and start putting in bonds, certificates, trust certificates, land allotment certificates, start trusting and bonding everything. And by 1921, they basically had the whole country in a grip.
Hey, but you know
Ronnie,
what?
when they
Aton,
got kicked out after this Revolutionary War, I'm sorry, Chief, I am.
no,
When
you're
they
fine.
got
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
when they got kicked out after the Revolutionary War, did they go back to Europe or did they go somewhere else? Those loyalists.
They went to Canada, didn't they?
I don't know. Or did
Hey,
they go
Naughty.
back to Europe? Or you said they went to Canada?
I think isn't that a part of the British at that time? Wasn't that still
It was Nova Scotia,
Nova Scotia? Yeah.
which is
Oh
New
yeah.
Scotland.
You know
But
what? He's right. That's right. Because they brought people there with them when they went, right? And then the people in Nova Scotia got mad because they was taking all the jobs, right?
Yeah.
And then they kicked them out. And that's how they came up with the Book of Negroes. That's right. I forgot. Okay, sorry.
Hey, so Aton, you remember earlier you were playing that video, and it was a so-called white man, and he was talking about how the United States created this new Negro citizen. You remember that video you showed earlier?
You want me to bring it back up?
Yeah, bring it back up. I want to see what Nadi got to say about that.
All right, hold on. All right, y'all keep going though.
Or did you see it, Nadi? Maybe you saw it. Did you see the video? Maybe it's not there. Yeah, just pull it up when you get a chance. I mean, I ain't trying to divert the conversation. But yeah, man, it was a whole lot. It was a whole lot of shit going on over here, man. Like, you know, people coming back.
Nonetheless, questions answered. Because I thought you had asked Chief I Am to answer the one about is the Bill of Rights constitutional. So what was your answer?
I said absolutely. It's the purpose of it is to keep government agents in check, but through this color of law scheme and methodology, they've been able to subvert it through contracting. So,
okay,
it's it's supposed that's the mechanism you're supposed to use to check duly elected officials.
Yeah, I got it up. Y'all. Let me know when y'all ready.
Yeah, go ahead whenever you're ready. I'll mute up.
This is the peace flag, but you've never seen the peace flag. You've only seen the war flag. They only talked about the flag of the Republic and the Pledge of Allegiance, but you never asked. A third type of citizen called United States citizen. This is called a debt slave or Negro citizenship. I'm not making this up. This is how it was. So when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, per se, he didn't quite free the slaves. They just redefined slavery, and they made something called Negro citizenship, where you have to pay taxes. You have to pay to live. So before you were a slave and they beat the shit out of you, or I won't say they beat the shit out of you, but they used you for free, and then they gave you just enough to survive. Now they pay you money, but they only pay you just enough to survive. Yeah, and you have to give them taxes.
Make $1 million, make $1 million more. Tax time come around, still a nigga post.
Hey, what's crazy about that video and that shit gay, it made my little hairs. You know, I ain't no hairy man. I'm an original man. But you remember last week we were talking about, we had that whole huge conversation about tribute and treason and taxes.
Right, yep.
So this Negro citizen was created once Abraham Lincoln, according to the video. Now I've never seen it framed that way. I do understand what a citizen is. It's a tributary. But none of your business. She said that it was freeing the Slavs. But then they created this new Negro citizenship, and now we're all under it, and they're taxing our asses to death. So it just, so were the brothers and sisters that was enslaved, were they POWs? Were they prisoners of war that had been captured on their own land?
Yes. Prisoners of war. That's what the freedmen were. They were prisoners of war, and then they what do you call it? Gave in.
So if in 1865 we were all captured, that would, I mean, by just conclusion of events, it would suggest that the Civil War was between
1861.
The foreigners and our people, right? And we lost the war and they captured us and put us in servitude.
It was the North against the South. The North wanted to expand lands in the South. So
I understand that. Well, where did we get captured at? When did that happen? How did we become POWs? So that Abraham Lincoln would have to free the newly acquired prisoners of war and give them this Negro citizenship. If that video has any validity to it, I'm not saying it does. Just an interesting turn of the conversation, I thought.
Well, you gotta act naughty this too. We were enslaved prior to this. I mean, they just like they did with the Pequots. We were fighting. Huh? Go ahead, Nadia.
We were enslaved under Indian occupation,
There you
under
go.
Indian identity,
Right.
under tribe, and we went under tribal dolls. And if you're gonna find your people prior to some your real people prior to 1921, around them area, 1930, you're gonna want to check Indian schools. That's where you're gonna have your documentations of your real people. Indian schools, Indian rolls.
Yep.
I wouldn't trust the census bullshit too much. I go on those documents.
You're right.
All right, I'm gonna bring this up real quick. So based on what the video was saying, this I'm gonna bring up the PDF on Native. Because remember, they was talking about the. Somebody said, "What's up to you in the chat, Bethy?" I got it on the screen, but
yeah, I said hi, my dear.
Yeah, so under the circumstances, like what he's saying right here in the video, and what was going on in the oral argument, I don't know if you guys listened to the oral argument. I actually did a segment on that. Is that you had that U.S. versus Wong Kim arc, right? But it says right here, native, natural born subject or citizen, a denizen by birth, one who owes his domicile or citizenship to the fact of his birth within the country referred to. The term may also include one born abroad if his parents were then citizens of the country and not permanently residing in foreign parts. So what a native is. But they got these natives, they got the native term attached to a Native American, which they're trying to also relate to an American Indian, or what is considered to be an Indian, right? So can anybody make this make sense? Because this is the case that girl that Wayne was talking about in the Supreme Court when she was arguing birthright citizenship. Anybody?
I guess this is The identity of a native. It's
Now,
the
this is Black's,
definition of it.
yeah, this is Black's Law 4th. This is Black's Law 4th.
Mr. Wong was a native.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Indians or the pale skin tribe members calling themselves also as native. They're not, they just birthright by association.
That's what I'm saying, man. This is a word salad, man, because we're lost in transliteration. We're lost in translation.
That's right. Was a native prior to a 13th citizen? What is a native?
No, a
Prior to a
native was
14th
just,
Amendment?
if my memory serves me correctly, native was just created in like 1970 something.
70 something, yeah.
Yeah, so there were
thought.
no natives on this land. They were just American Indians.
Okay,
You don't see the word native in the Constitution at all. You see Indian.
Okay, so let me.
There was members, not actually. There was members of Indian tribes. They weren't. The Indian thing wasn't a synonymous identity for one individual. It was identified under a corporate tribe.
Okay, so let's look at it like this, right? So let's continue. That's the one part. But now we're gonna get into these other words, right? What we call root words or something like that. So right here you have these other case laws that they didn't mention. I think they mentioned Okin. But right here, if you looking at the screen right here, I got it highlighted right here. It said the word natives as used in the Alien Enemy Act. The Alien Enemy Act, Nadi, Bessie, J Dub, Chief I Am. Keep that in mind. The Alien Enemy Act refers to person's place of birth so that a person remains a native of country of his birth, though he was moved away therefrom. Now I'm talking fast because we all, have some pretty decent knowledge, right? So I don't have to read this slow. I'll read it again though. The word natives, as used in the Alien Enemy Act, refers to person's place of birth, so that a person remains a native of country of his birth, though he has moved away therefrom.
That's grimoire right there. That's grimoire. Has moved away from his place therefrom. That doesn't mean a physical move. What if they incorporate your Indian kingdom and they turn it into a state?
Okay, perfect. Hold that thought. Stay right there with it. One who was born in Germany and later become a citizen of France was a native of Germany. So that's an example. One who was born in Germany and later became a citizen of France was a native of Germany. All right, so, but a person born in Alsace, which at time of his birth was part of Germany, but which was restored to French sovereignty by the Treaty of Versailles of 1918, was a native of France. A lot of different things. Now, nativa, a niece or a female villain, because I'm coming here just real quick on this nativa. In the oral argument in the Supreme Court, right? They was talking about it really dealt with children of slaves, and those children of the slave was a woman. They focused on the woman. So you got a female villain, a niece or a female villain. That's what a niece is. A nativa convertita, that's another Latin word, villains or bondmen by contract or agreement. Nativa de stipite, villains or bondmen by birth or stock. We're getting somewhere, Chief I Am, what you just said, right? Nativitas, villanage, that state in which men were born slaves. Do I need to keep going? All right, go ahead, Chief. I am expand.
Hey man, it's very clear to me, man. You know, but I don't want to get all spooky with y'all. You know what I mean?
Okay, well then don't get spooky. Don't get spooky. Let's just deal with it.
Curse, man.
Yeah, don't get spooky. Let's just deal with it. Go ahead.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's spooky. I would say it's thus saith the Lord. But you know, others would argue and say that somehow these motherfuckers was able to come over here, put foreign law on us, compel us through contract or agreement to become bondmen and bondwomen, which in turn abandon our estate, which are always
Time out. Chief, I am. Say that in a better way without being victimized by it. Talk from a sense of authority. What did it do? Say it authoritative, not as if you were a part of it, because you're not a part of it. You're a natural born child of God. What is the schematics and the mechanics of what you just said? Say the same thing you said, just say it a different way. Please. Put me sugar on top. Cherries included, nicer.
It is a thing for God to conceal a thing. It is a thing for kings to discover the things concealed by God. So we can become kings again by concealing the things that are hidden by the Most High. And we can take back our shit. But we have to do study to conceal these, to find things concealed.
Okay, so under the circumstances, right? Bondsmen, bondswomen, right? Based on what you just said prior to that, right? You can give the scripture of what you said on bondsmen, bondswomen. Give us the reference, and then give it to the people that never read a Bible in their life. Break it down into common sense terms where anybody can pick it up.
Deuteronomy 28:68.
Okay.
Says know that you would leave your land or be removed from it, like the definition just said, and you shall not return back to it. And you shall be sold as bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall redeem you. So we still haven't been redeemed. We're still working jobs. We're still paying taxes. I mean, Nadi's not. Maybe you're not, Aton. But the majority of our people are still locked in this shit. So that would be the scripture that would correlate with the legal definition that you just read.
All right. So let me translate that for you guys. So by these definitions, right? If you are considered to be a native, you fall under these definitions. You are a bondsman, bondswoman, a servant. Could be considered also a villain, or what we call an enemy of the state, i.e. trading with the Enemy Act, War Powers Act, Plenary Doctrine, Plenary Acts, Indian Citizenship Act, Acts upon Acts, the Patriot Act upon Acts, in a atmosphere that you know nothing about, that you had nothing to do with, never signed off on it, never agreed to it. This is what that is. But now what they have done through plenary action, through an act of Congress, like Martin Luther King says, they have created an atmosphere that they needed in order to, like the dude with the big afro, who sit there and preach to us and have us march and sing and do all these different things and bring us in a situation that was to our demise, that they knew full well that was going to happen. Why? So they could create their thing, right? You know, you see the whole, everybody watch Godfather, our thing. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's
our thing. They want to create it they want to create it their democracy. Our democracy is what they say, our democracy. And that democracy is in jeopardy right now because they're going to lose control. And guess who they're going to lose control over? The people that they agree with these other people to enslave and be those overseers to enslave. Now, that's just me talking.
That's facts. But remember that movie with Eddie Murphy in it? I forget what it's called. He was a homeless nigga. And then these two billionaires.
Trading places.
There you go. That's what happened.
That is a classic. That is a classic. Now,
right
now, the guy that actually wrote, are you guys familiar with the guy who actually directed and wrote that and produced it?
No, who was it?
Aaron Caruso. Aaron Caruso is the one that also produced the documentary Freedom to Fascism. Find it. This is that same guy. He talks about why he created that movie.
What was the documentary called? Your phone clicked up.
Freedom to Fascism.
Wow.
And the reason, and he tells you in that why he created that movie. And the bottom line it's the whole stigma. What's going on, Derek? It's the whole stigma that black people, so-called black people, are this, but the whole switcheroo to let them know that no, anybody that's put in a position of comfortability and power and given all the necessities to succeed will succeed. See what I'm saying?
What movie y'all talking about?
Trading Places. Trading Places.
Trading Places is exactly what happened.
Yeah, but Trading Places actually showed on the flip side of it. You see what I'm saying? On the flip side of it.
No. Well, in today's world, yeah. You see what I'm saying? But in the beginning, the trade was black to white. Now, in our lifetime, the trade was the commodity. First, they had to get the black to white. Then they could fuck with the commodity. Like, I came up here to ask one question. At what year was it that all copper-colored races in the United States of America became 14th Amendment citizens?
Say it again.
No, I came up to ask you a question. What year did all copper-colored races in the United States of America become 14th Amendment citizens?
When?
What year? Yeah.
Man, I couldn't even answer that question. Certain people will say 24. Certain people will say civil rights, 68. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm saying there has to be a date because that's the only way we could be taxed.
It is none. There is no date. To me, there is no date, Derek.
Well,
but
no,
they actually say where every single so-called, I'm just gonna do it, so-called black man, you know what I'm saying? Originally known as American Indian, Aboriginal, Indigenous, so on and so forth, actually went to immigration to do the whole naturalization and all the aspects of what these same people do to become naturalized citizens. I don't know of anything. Maybe y'all can help me out up here if there actually has been a documented time and day where it was actually done. I say none. That's what I say.
Well, I think with 90% sure that 1924 was the year that they had got all the people to be 14th Amendment. It was all in steps. From 1865, when they created the amendment, they only got a certain portion. So when they made certain people leave, certain people stayed, if certain people stayed, they became 14th Amendment citizens. So they got a little bit more. and it gradually went on. But until 1924, that's when we all became 14th Amendment citizens. So that means the history, anytime before that, we're autonomous people.
Right.
So you're adding us into the history of this.
It's saying July 9th, 1868 is when what made Black American citizens.
No, 14th Amendment citizenship came after that. Yeah, 1868 is when they started. Not all of them. They want you to get the picture that everybody that's copper colored became 14th Amendment citizens at the same time. No, it was a small group.
What'd you say?
It was a small group of people. It wasn't the whole population of copper colored people.
Okay, so Sister Bethy, birth certificates. When was those created? Birth certificates.
I believe in 1908 or something like that.
1903.
1903. Okay. Now, who had
birth records? There were birth records before, right? But a lot of them got burned, and then they used that burning of some birth records to reissue all birth records.
Okay. Now, the reason why I asked Sister Bethy,
but that was only in certain areas, not all 50 states.
Right. That's why.
A lot of birth records were kept in the church, not, they gave that to the church to maintain, because we weren't completely in their system.
Right. That's why I asked Sister Bethy the question, because it wasn't all 50. See, everybody think it was all 50 states, and Oklahoma at the time, I think, just came in about that time, 1908.
I think so.
Right. So, I mean, was every single state even during that time, or all the people within the state was complying or going along with the birth certificates? Was everybody doing that?
The states were the ones that was giving us a problem, even though the 13th, the 14th Amendment gave us citizenship rights. It was the states, they had to make it a federal law, because the states was continuing their behaviors from the 1830s, because we didn't go to Oklahoma and we didn't have any protected rights because we didn't go to Oklahoma. So the states did not honor our rights. So that was the whole reason why they did the 14th Amendment, so that we could have rights. But the states still, even today, the states violate our rights. They violate Title VII all the time. That's discrimination. So our rights are still being violated. And it's the state's systemic system.
Yeah, but we allow them to violate our rights because we don't operate as the copper colored race. We are autonomous.
That's why we were supposed to be in Oklahoma. They was like, yeah, you go to Oklahoma. And
No, we autonomous anywhere on this land.
Correct. I agree.
That's why all 50 states are sovereign, because it's the American, it's the copper colored races that make each state sovereign. That's why when you looked up native, y'all passed up the greatest part of the whole definition. It says subject or citizen. Americans are subjects. We are the reason for all of this. We are the subject. Everyone else is a citizen. We are subjects of this land. When you look at us, you see the meaning. the definition, the origin. Everybody else is playing that part. Our part
Anybody?
is economists.
Anybody? Anybody want to rebut that? I would say this, based on the definition and the case law that definition derived from, is that subjects is within the continental United States. It's not. I'm not going along. I'm not riding with that one. I don't want to be a subject to nobody.
No. You are a subject of America. You're not a subject to anyone.
I'm not a subject to America. I'm not subject to anyone. Right. I'm not subject to anyone.
Hold on. Subject to and subject of is two different things.
I'm listening.
You are the meaning of a land, not to a land. A citizen is to a land. You are of a land. There's a big difference. Subjects of a land are the natives of that land. Period. They're born there. They've been born there. They're going to be born there. That's it. Subject. What is the subject? The meaning of the meaning of whatever it is.
All right, we gonna make this make sense together. I'm about to pull it right back up. We're gonna make this make sense together. All right. So right here.
I would drop off. I got a phone call.
All right, for sure. Make sure you're listening though. Oh yeah, you can't listen while you're on the phone call. Duh. All right, so look. Right here. I'm gonna read this correctly. You remember back in the day, cartoons on Saturday, I'm a Bill, I'm a Bill.
I'm a Bill. I'm only a Bill. Only a Bill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting here on Capitol Hill.
That's right.
Yeah.
Remember the other one.
That's the Bill of Rights.
Junction.
That is the rule.
What's your function? All right, so let me read this. Look at the screen. Native, a natural born subject. Or junction, what your function? I'm going to get you there if you're very careful. Hey, look, if you're a subject or a citizen, subject in one jurisdiction, citizen in another jurisdiction, right? A denizen by birth. So when you got the semicolon, a denizen by birth. So a natural born subject or citizen, a denizen by birth. Those things roll together. All right. Semicolon. One who owes his domicile or citizenship to the fact of his birth within the country referred to. I'm going to mute you. Since you can't mute yourself. All right, so look. One who owes his domicile or citizenship to the fact of his birth, within the country referred to. See, let me give you some key words here. Domicile, country, birth, fact of his birth. Domicile or citizenship. So your domicile is your citizenship. Where you're at is that's where it's at. Now, the term may also include one born abroad. So if I'm a native, this is where the issue comes in. Are you this top level or are you this level? Are you born abroad? Born abroad is what? We got 10 square mile radius. Watch this, and I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know. But look, we got a lot of these different aspects going on, right? You got admiralty law, maritime law, you got common law, you got civil law, you got all different types of issues going on that they put in front of us. So the term may also include one born abroad if his parents were then citizens of the country and not permanently residing in foreign parts. Now, where is the American Indian considered to be in this definition of a subject?
He's a natural born subject.
Huh?
The American Indian is the natural born subject.
Not under this definition.
Yes, there's only subjects or citizens on this land today.
Yeah, but okay, so, but remember, you got to think about the United States of America, right? So we got of America, right? You said subject of. So the United States is subject to America, right? If you said of is subject of, well, you say of, well, you say subject is the of part. You said it something like that, right? You said it's something like that. So if that's the case, then
the subject of a land is the meaning of the land, or the people of the land, period. A citizen now, today, in the United States of America is equal to the subject, period.
Okay.
But they're different people.
Okay.
Now, the subjects is who create the rules and regulations for the citizen to live by, period. Now, the subject is autonomous.
Right.
That's why he lives by the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is natural law. Everybody else that's here lives by the Constitution, which is the lease agreement to be here.
Okay. But you know, Black's Law Dictionary is, you have case law that's behind this. So in Black's Law Dictionary, when you got case law, that's within the jurisdiction of the United States of America, the United States Supreme Court, or the Supreme Court of and for the United States of America. Right? So if that's the case, knowing that we American Indians were indigenous to this land, we're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof as of yet.
Right. That's why you are a state republic, which is a state citizen. Because a state citizen is bound to the Constitution by the state.
Right. But I think the one thing that gets confusing amongst a lot of people is that there's three levels to this, right? There's three levels that I would say, and I'll start with the Civil War. We don't even need to go back prior to that. We can go with the 1830, like Bethy was talking about, and that's when a lot of maybe issues started. I think those started within our own people, because we just came off the French, what they call the French Indian War. But outside of that, you had treaties that was being written or amended or renegotiated in 1866, 67, 68. These treaties were still functioning. At the same time, you had the Reconstruction Act. And then, Oklahoma somehow ended up being incorporated when they wasn't supposed to be. Oklahoma was supposed to be Washington, D.C. for the Indians. And then you had the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, and then prior to that, you had the Dawes Act. Those are your events. I said three, but I think I said like four. But that's what ended up happening. The domino effect, it just came after that. That was the whole domino effect. I mean, all that stuff that happened after that was something, because my thing is this: if we think in common sense, if black people are supposed to be free and Juneteenth and all that type of stuff, Declaration, I mean the Emancipation Proclamation, all that stuff, why do we need a Voting Rights Act? But just hold that thought on that. That's why I just went on there. I kind of went on a little whatchamacallit. But yeah.
Hey, Tom.
I mean, that's what my issue is. Yeah, what's up, bro?
Can I ask something, a question?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but I found this interesting document that says it's the I'm trying to pull it up here so I don't misquote. Okay, so it's supposedly the what do they call it? The I'm sorry. My computer's bugging. Basically, it's the 105th Congress had already decided on this matter of birthright citizenry in '97. It was a HR 7. So why the heck are they doing it again? Putting this on TV? Is this just theater? Because it's already been decided that they will not be citizens.
No. Okay, hold on. What the problem is now, today, what my citizenship is, Trump wants to go back 3 generations.
Okay.
So, if you go back 3 generations, and let's say you're born here, your mom's born, your grandmother came here illegally, and she never got her papers, right? That makes all 3 of them illegal.
But Trump would be illegal under that determination because his grandfather wasn't born here.
No. His grandfather came here and became a legal citizen through Ellis Island.
Okay.
That's legal citizenship, all right?
Yeah.
So everybody
right,
born
yeah.
after that, your descendants are now becoming American citizens. Now, like Mexicans in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, they sneaking over here. But the loopholes they knew about back then, they knew once you get here and you have a baby, you can stay here. Under Democratic rule throughout my lifetime, they've been knowing that. Growing up in LA, I've been knowing that. I know that.
Yeah, I'm from LA too. But what I'm talking about though is in 97, listen to what I'm saying, 97, 98, the 105th Congress already decided, they says it right here, just read just one little part. It says to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to deny citizenship at birth to children born in the United States of parents who are not citizens or permanent resident aliens. This has already been decided. What's this shit on TV?
No. You gotta understand.
That was 97.
Listen. They did that for the people that was coming over illegally at that time. If you got caught,
so what's the difference between that? Means that's like 100 million people that came through them doors since 97.
No. The difference is if you got caught, you were deported. The way Trump is setting it up is I want your family. See, because your grandma and your great-grandma didn't get legalized. They just came here and had kids. So now, since your grandma didn't get legalized, all y'all gotta go.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
All y'all get the fuck.
They're not talking about it like that, but I see why they wouldn't talk about it like that. Because if that's what Trump is running, that's different than just being deporting the individual.
Because that would wipe out 65% of Mexican population.
Man, I'm telling you, there'll be 100 million people gone.
Right. That's
Gotta
why
go.
I'm so fucked, because they're using these people as anchors against us financially in the economic war. So
Uh-oh, you faded out.
no, our economics is based on their absence.
Okay.
And
Well,
that's
you
the
answered that
problem. That's
question.
why
I
they're fighting
appreciate
so
that.
hard. Yeah, they're fighting so hard for that because they know, because especially Mexicans know. They know that their grandma never got no paperwork. They know that. She in the house now with them, still speaking Spanish, no paperwork, no nothing.
Oh yeah, man. This is all over the place. Right down the street, my neighbors down the street. I'm listening to them in the garage. If I was in ICE, I'd be over there, all over this block.
Yeah, understand. And
Just
you
because
gotta
I'm hearing them
understand,
speak, they don't want to speak English.
so many people that are people of color, as they say, are here illegally. And that's not Mexicans, that's everybody. Somalians,
Oh, yeah.
Mexicans, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Nigga, the towel heads, all them. Everybody
They're illegal and they're unlawful.
So now when the whole loophole was with the Democratic Party was getting people of color here. I don't give a fuck how you get them here. But they let them know, nigga, have a baby as soon as possible. Because now I can run the game with your kid. Because your kid get a social security number. You don't have one, but your kid does. So when you bring your kid's social security number to like the welfare office, your kids get all those benefits. But you're just in charge of it because you're their parent. But you don't have to sign nothing as a parent. That's the
Yeah, I've been
loophole.
crying about that in the field and in the city. They do this. They're giving them benefits. They're rolling up in Escalades, brand new vehicles. Listen to this, man. The workers, the field workers, is rolling up in brand new cars.
Yes.
Don't speak English.
Yes. You know what I mean? Think about it. How many times you take an Uber and this motherfucker that barely speak English in a brand new Toyota Corolla or a Toyota Camry or a Tesla? Yeah. But
Yeah,
nigga, you
all
can't
that.
get one.
No, exactly. And they got Medicaid.
Right. But the whole game is to allocate these funds that are automatically set for us to other people of color. That's why the term people of color became popular. They needed that to become popular. And in the 90s and in the early 2000s, we thought that was a we. But we found out, nigga, we ain't French. We American. They not. So the government fucks with them, not us. But the government never tells you that there's an allocated amount of money for you to play this game. Because they got their side of the chessboard and we got our side of the chessboard. But we just don't have the allocated funds that are allocated to us to play this game.
Yeah, they send it out to as U.S. foreign aid and keep bringing in more of them, or they used to. They probably just changed the name.
But our ancestors locked us in from the gate because there's
Yes,
no
they
way
did.
that we can play this game without fun, because this game was based on fun. So they gave
But if you
us
don't know
different
the
accounts.
banking side of it, you don't know you're being turned upside down and
But
your pockets are being
you've
emptied all the time.
You've been taught to bank with a certain number, which is your social security number. But
You said you're from LA, Harold. You're the LA area, so you remember back in the day. You remember back in the day, LA, all the little social security offices was all sisters working them jobs.
Yeah,
Back
but
in
that
LA.
was, I mean, when I was a kid, like when I was 16, all niggas worked fast food.
Say again?
When I was 16, all niggas worked fast food.
Oh man, I grew up in the age where they was in them SSA jobs, them government jobs.
No, I'm saying in 86, when we were 16, like our first job were fast food. Those jobs were particularly looked at throughout the United States as jobs for children.
Yeah, they were. You're absolutely right. My
Now,
sister
you
was a
went from
proud Taco
went
Bell
from
worker in
McDonald's.
87.
That's what I'm saying. She would go from Taco Bell wherever at 16 to 18, and then she get to like 18 when she became an adult. Now her mom would get her like in Pac Bell, or like her mom worked the county office, so I'm gonna get you at the
Yeah,
county
yeah,
office.
the county office. That's what I'm saying. That's my
But
aunties
then,
retired
that's
on
why
that
that happened.
county
But
stuff.
that's why
I'm
when
talking about
people
the
look
county.
at out of these jobs, because it's not like everybody. This is not a racist thing on how this is just business. If I got a
It's a
kid and
fact.
I got a job, I'm gonna get my kid in, and that's just how it
And
goes.
the
But
immigrants
that's
are
why,
doing the same
that's why,
thing, and that's why
right
we're
now
not in them
now you
jobs
get.
anymore.
That's what now you get. But the government is making sure that certain immigrant groups get. That's why. The gas stations, the 7-Eleven. See what I'm saying? Somalis, they fuck with like daycare, all these different industries. As long as you got all these different people of color in these industries, that'll block out black people from getting in control, which they had control of from, like, if you go back to the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, they ran all these jobs.
So are these corporations, they're committing treason?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all treason. It's a game. Okay, first
Yeah.
of all, they play on the white side of the chessboard. You playing on the black side. So
Too
now
many
these
women.
people on that side of the chessboard got to figure out where does their funds come from to make moves.
You're right.
Too many
They're
women.
going on the white side of the chessboard trying to get some money to come back on the black side of the chessboard and play.
Okay, well, I'm through. He answered my question.
Yeah, 2 minute warning. Anybody got anything? Let me start with Sister Bethy. Sister Bethy, you still there? We're gonna go 2 minute warning. I know the other brother up there, he live right now. So, and on top of that, I gotta get some work in on my car before it get dark.
Okay.
I appreciate you being up here, Sister
That's
Bethy.
on the Smoke Channel.
Yep. I'll probably slide through a little later. I gotta fix in my car a little bit, and then yeah. But I appreciate you being up here, sister.
Okay.
All right, Chief.
See ya.
All right now. Chief, I am. J Dub. Yeah. You already know what time it is, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Hey, like we just starting with this. We gonna hammer this down all week. I'm gonna keep it going.
That's a good one. That's a good subject to get on, man.
You see how we did it though? I mean, we tie so much things in it right now. Like people want to just make it simple, like it's just about voting and districting, man. It's got a whole lot more to do with that, man. I appreciate y'all, man, for real. Y'all really be, y'all be putting stuff down. Like I don't know everything.
You wasn't all so far apart. We could sit down and do
I do have discernment,
a round table podcast.
Say it again.
I want to sit down and do a round table podcast.
Yeah, we're
like
gonna
we
have
all
to do
meet
that.
up somewhere in the state, get a venue, sit down and really do a live like joint.
We're gonna have to do that.
That'll definitely be dope. You just gotta make sure all those who are participating are coming with the correct spirit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. I think at
I'm
the end
not
of
talking about a gang of arguing and cussing and fussing. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking
no,
about
I think at the end of the day, as you know, I've been doing this for how many weeks straight now, y'all? Yeah, we ain't had none of them problems except for that one dude, but I think he's just, you know what I'm saying, eventually You know, that's somebody we ain't got to worry about. But I mean, but outside of that, ain't nobody coming up here with none of that. They ain't got.
No, yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah, we've been doing this. I think I started this shit 2 months ago in March. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I think
ain't been
March?
that.
Yeah, that's about right. March. I remember.
Yeah, it's been March. So you know, in the circumstances, we are where we at. You know, so you know the 13, 14, 12, 10, 8 people we got up here. That's man, that fills the room. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah, that's how it started.
You know what else would be kind of cool if we could, depending on where you're at in the country, if we could put things like fact finding. What I mean by that is right. We were speaking about the original 13th and 14th Amendment. We know the public version that they give us. But if we had somebody out there in the DMV that could actually go out to the Library of Congress, find that actual document, and give it to the people, that'll be what's up. If we got brothers and sisters out in Utah, and we can send them to where the Mormons are keeping those records, you know, that'll be tough. You know,
are they in Salt Lake City?
The records?
Those documents.
Yeah, I don't want to lie.
Those documents are in Ogden, Utah. Actually.
Ogden. Okay.
And you know what? What's crazy? That's where you got to go to get that foreign EIN.
Yeah, Ogden.
Wow.
Yeah, that's long-term thinking right there, Chief. I like that. Yeah.
No, Ogden, Utah is a very special place. It's the place where they hold our records, and it's the place where our original banking accounts are held, and we can use, because that's where our funds circulate through the West Coast. Like the East Coast, they go through Missouri. I can't think of the city, but it's Missouri.
Yep. There's a lot that we need to be talking about, and like I said, I got Zoom, so you know when we do the Zoom thing, you know, like I said, I think everybody got my email. So when I say, "Hey, y'all want to chop it up?" You know, let's talk about it. Hey, Darwin.
I ain't got no, you know, I when it comes to you, Aton, and talking like this, I can sit here and do this, because this is coming to trying to figure out a solution to what previously happened. All the other stuff you be listening to and going through on small, that's entertainment. That's not solution.
That's right. That's right.
You know, I'm just trying to encourage people to understand that, okay, on my theory, from 1924, right, all the way back, all that shit is all conjecture, because we're autonomous today in the right setting. So I know we was autonomous before then. Nigga, this your business. You go handle your shit the way you handle it, but don't bring that shit over here.
Right.
So they had to get us under the government situation, so they can say, boom, okay, no matter where you at, you gotta fuck with us. Because before then, nigga, we wasn't fucking with them like that. Nigga, you go, okay, we got our shit cracking. You go get your shit cracking. We ain't tripping. Get it cracked.
Yeah.
We know how long it took to get it this way.
I agree with you that we had our own shit, but I think it's a miscarriage of our history and I'm not saying you're saying this, but to say that there wasn't any uniformity, there wasn't a body of law that was recognizable from each kingdom to each kingdom. Or state.
That's why it's called the Bill. That's the Bill of Rights. That's the natural laws. That expanded throughout all the kingdoms, all the empires, all the territories. Because these are human rights. This is how you treat people. And this is how we expect people to treat us. We don't live by laws, we live by rights.
That's right. Now y'all not gonna hold me hostage up here now. Y'all not gonna hold me hostage up here now. I got
We see Darvis in the back.
I got a good
Darvis
hour.
in the back.
I got a good hour. He in the back?
He left the back. No, he left.
But you feel what I'm saying?
No,
Darvis,
exactly what you saying.
Darvis, get up here. Darvis, you got 1 minute. Come on up here, brother. I don't know where you been.
I don't think Darvis want that smoke.
Nah, there ain't no smoke to be had at this time. He just gonna come up here and say what's happening.
But
Hey.
that's mine as far as analogy, looking at research and looking at timelines. There's no way you can be both. See what I'm saying?
All right.
You got to think of as okay. Just look at it from the owner and the tenant. Never stop looking at it from the owner and the tenant perspective. The tenant ain't got no rights over the owner. The owner got rights over the tenant. Period. That don't never change. Only thing a tenant can do is move from one property that the owner has to another property.
Yeah.
So once we move to another property, then we have another agreement. Yeah, that's it. But I'm still the motherfucking owner. You still the tenant.
Yeah, but you still ain't gonna hold me hostage. You no. You gonna hold me. You ain't gonna hold me hostage, Derek. Hold on, man.
No, I got
Darvis. Peace, Darvis.
Darvis, what's going on, man?
Man, peace to the gods, man. Peace to the gods.
All right, man. Shit, man. Appreciate you coming up here, man. Where you been? You ain't got to tell me.
Man, you know, life be life.
Make something up.
Man.
You ain't got to tell me the truth. Just make something up.
Then I'll be lying, my nigga. I don't lie. But I will say life be lacking sometimes.
That's it.
You know
Aton, I'm gonna let you off the hook. I'm gonna go ahead and get on. So I appreciate that. Appreciate all y'all. That was great stuff.
Yeah, thank you for letting me off the hook, man. I mean, at least somebody.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here too. Aton, I will do it tomorrow.
All right, I'm done.
Chief, what's good with you, my dude?
Chilling, man. You know, trying to figure out a way to sue another foreigner.
Yep.
Hey, man, I understand that, man. It's a constant battle, dog. Long as you stay in a war, you a fucking soldier.
We had a good one.
You gotta be respected as one, you know?
I was trying to find the
Facts.
But talk about it, dog. Talk about
you
it,
know what? Remember, my phone made a sound. I just took for granted that. I said, did you just send me something? And I thought it was just an email, but you told me it was something else. So then I went to the store. I didn't even check.
That's right. Hey, y'all pulling up on smokes tonight?
But I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop by.
Darvis, you pulling up?
I might come check it out for a little bit, man.
Yesterday.
All right, man. Y'all be cool. Shalom.
How you been on?
All right,
It seemed like a long time ago. It was yesterday.
Sister Bethy,
right.
She done left?
Yeah, Sister Bethy.
Okay, I meant to say peace to her too, man.
Yeah, you got the last word. You got the last word,
Peace to the
dog.
gods and the goddesses, my nigga. Peace to the gods and the goddesses.
I couldn't have said it no better. I couldn't have said it no better. You know I got to go out on my little Draco theme, man. He did this for me. I just do this to shout the brother out. It's a beautiful thing. Let's go.
Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach colder than oak with a ghost loaded focus.
Chrome and the coke, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus, infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, I drop pride, I devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fight the squad, why get crossed on the farm with all the guards? Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, hard of a spark, I'm sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge, I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in the stack, relax in the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket, then I just make tax response. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks, reacting to ashes, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community, hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I charge head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke, you still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me, weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace in a raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby, infinite.